My name is Trevor, and I discovered my life savings had vanished while standing in line at a grocery store trying to buy milk for my daughter's breakfast. Card declined, the teenager behind the register said, not unkindly. Want to try another one? I frowned, pulling out my debit card. We kept at least $50,000 in checking at all times. My wife Catherine was paranoid about overdrafts. But the second card was declined too. Must be a system error, I mumbled, fumbling for credit cards. My hands were starting to shake. Behind me, a line was forming. Someone coughed impatiently. The credit card worked, thankfully. But as I walked to my car, groceries in hand, a sick feeling settled in my stomach. I pulled out my phone and opened our banking app. Checking account balance, $4.67. Savings account balance, $0. I stared at the screen, refreshed it, stared again. $300,000. Gone. My first thought was identity theft. My second was to call Catherine. She answered on the third ring, her voice bright. Hey babe, how's the conference? I was supposed to be in Seattle for a tech conference, but my flight had been canceled due to weather. I decided to surprise Catherine and our daughter Lily by coming home early. Now, standing in a grocery store parking lot, I wondered if I was the one about to be surprised. Cat, I'm looking at our bank account. Where's our money? Silence. Then, barely a whisper. What do you mean? I mean we have $4.67. Where's the $300,000 we had yesterday? Of God. Her voice cracked. Of God, Trevor. They said it was an emergency. They promised they'd put it right back. Who's they? But I already knew. There was only one they who had access to our accounts. My in-laws, Robert and Diane Walsh. Catherine had added them as authorized users 2 years ago when her father had heart surgery. Just for emergencies, she promised. Just in case something happens and they need immediate access to funds. I protested initially, told her we could wire money if needed, that giving them direct access was unnecessary. But Catherine had cried, talked about how her dad almost died, how she needed the peace of mind. I caked like I always did when she cried. Come home, Catherine said. Please just come home and we'll figure this out. The drive home was a blur. I kept thinking about that money. 5 years of bonuses, careful savings, investment profits, all sitting in that account waiting for the right investment property. We'd been planning to buy rental properties, build passive income for Lily's college fund. $300,000. Gone. Catherine was waiting in the living room, laptop open, tears streaming down her face. They bought a vacation home, she said before I could speak, in Florida. They used our entire savings for the down payment and closing costs. I sank onto the couch, legs suddenly unable to hold me. They stole $300,000 for a vacation home. They said it was an investment opportunity that wouldn't last, that they'd refinance next month and pay us back with interest. She turned the laptop toward me. Then they posted this an hour ago. Instagram. Robert and Diane grinning in front of a massive beach house. The caption, dreams do come true. After years of hard work, we finally own our piece of paradise. Hashtag beach life, hashtag blessed, hashtag vacation home, hashtag retirement goals. The comments were full of congratulations. Friends and family members praising their success. Someone asked how they afforded it, and Diane had replied, smart investments and the grace of God. The grace of God, and their daughter's bank account. Call them, I said, my voice surprisingly steady. Right now, speakerphone. Catherine's hands shook as she dialed. Robert answered on the second ring, his voice jovial. Katie girl, did you see the pictures? Isn't it gorgeous? Dad, where's our money? What money, sweetheart? The $300,000 you took from our account. Oh, that. His tone shifted, became dismissive. We borrowed it for the down payment. Like we told you, we'll pay you back next month when the refinancing goes through. This property was about to get snatched up. We had to move fast. You told her. I couldn't keep the anger from my voice. When? Because she sure as hell didn't tell me. Trevor? Robert sounded surprised. I thought you were in Seattle. Flight was canceled. Good thing too, or I wouldn't have discovered you robbed us until I tried to pay for the hotel. Robbed? Diane's voice came through, shrill and offended. How dare you? We're family. Family helps family. Family asks before taking $300,000. Catherine gave us access. We assumed that meant we had permission to use it when necessary. Necessary? I was standing now, pacing. A beach house is necessary. It's an investment, Robert said, his tone condescending. You young people don't understand. This property will triple in value in 5 years. We're doing you a favor. Then why didn't you use your own money? Silence. Then Diane. Our credit isn't what it used to be. A few missed payments here and there. Banks are so unforgiving these days. Catherine made a small sound, pain or realization, I couldn't tell. Mom, Dad, you said you'd pay us back next month. How? If your credit is bad, how will you refinance? We'll figure it out, Robert said breezily. Maybe you could co-sign. I hung up. Catherine stared at me and burst into fresh tears. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I never thought. They're my parents. I never thought they'd. Part of me wanted to comfort her. The other part, the larger part, was calculating how many years of our lives had just been stolen. But before I could speak, my phone rang. Unknown number. Hello? Mr. Morrison, this is Agent Sarah Coleman with the FBI's Financial Crimes Division. I'm calling regarding some suspicious activity on your bank accounts. Are you available to meet? My blood turned to ice. The FBI? We were just about to call the police. Sir, I appreciate that, but this is part of a larger investigation. Can you and your wife come to our field office within the hour? And bring any documentation you have regarding Robert and Diane Walsh's access to your accounts. The field office was a nondescript building downtown. Agent Coleman was younger than I expected, with sharp eyes that missed nothing. She listened to our story without interrupting, occasionally making notes. Here's what you don't know, she said when we finished. Your in-laws have done this before. Multiple times. Different states, different family members, always the same pattern. Get access to accounts for emergencies, wait for the right moment, then clean them out for real estate purchases. Before? Catherine's voice was small. They've done this before. 4 times that we know of. Your aunt in Texas, they took her retirement fund. Your father's brother in Michigan, cleaned out his children's college funds. 2 cousins in Ohio and Nevada. Each time they promised to pay it back, then claimed the properties are family investments that will benefit everyone. But no one ever said anything, Catherine protested. Because they target family, because they promise to repay, because people are embarrassed, and because, until now, they've been smart enough to take amounts just under federal reporting requirements. Coleman leaned forward. But $300,000? That triggered automatic alerts, and the pattern of behavior across state lines makes this our jurisdiction. So you'll arrest them? I asked. We're building a case, but I need your help. She slid a document across the table. We want to record your next interaction with them. Get them to admit to the theft, discuss their pattern of behavior. With your cooperation, we can end this permanently. Catherine grabbed my hand under the table. What about our money? Once we freeze their assets, including the property, he'll be first in line for restitution. But Mr. and Mrs. Morrison, I need to be clear. Based on their history, they're likely already planning their next move. Who else in your family has given them financial access? We exchanged looks. My brother, Catherine whispered. In California, Dad helped him set up a trust for his kids, has full access. Coleman nodded grimly. We'll need his information immediately. The next 3 days were a whirlwind. FBI technicians wired our house. Catherine called her parents, begging them to come over to discuss everything calmly. They agreed, probably thinking she'd convince me to let it go. I'll never forget the moment they walked into our home. Robert wearing a new Rolex. Diane carrying a designer purse I'd never seen before. Both tanned from their beach house shopping trip. They looked like successful retirees, not serial thieves who preyed on their own family. Trevor, Robert said, extending his hand like nothing had happened. Let's discuss this man to man. I shook his hand, knowing the FBI was recording everything. Sure, Robert. Let's discuss how you stole $300,000. Borrowed, Diane corrected, settling onto my couch like she owned it. And frankly, her attitude is very hurtful. We're trying to build family wealth. By stealing from family members? Catherine's voice was stronger than I expected. Agent Coleman told us about Aunt Beth, about Uncle Stan, about Jenny and Michael. The color drained from their faces. Who's Agent Coleman? Robert asked, But his voice had lost its confident edge. FBI, I said simply, Financial Crimes Division. Turns out stealing from family members across state lines is a federal offense. Who knew? Diane stood abruptly. We're leaving. Sit down, Mom, Catherine said coldly. For once in your life, you're going to explain yourself. What followed was 40 minutes of the most narcissistic justification I'd ever heard. They weren't stealing. They were consolidating family resources. They weren't lying. They were protecting less financially savvy relatives from bad decisions. The properties weren't theft. They were family investments that would benefit everyone eventually. And what about the Rolex? I asked, pointing to Robert's wrist. Is that a family investment too? I deserve nice things after working hard all my life, he snapped. With other people's money? That's when Diane made the mistake that sealed their fate. You're being dramatic. It's not like we killed anyone. So we moved some money around within the family. Big deal. If Catherine hadn't married someone so controlling, this would all be fine. Controlling? I laughed, actually laughed. I'm controlling because I don't want you to steal our life savings. See? She turned to Catherine. This is what I mean. He's turned you against us. Family is supposed to support each other, not involve the authorities over every little thing. $300,000 is not a little thing, Catherine shouted. It is when you consider the big picture, Robert said. That beach house will be worth millions someday. Your children will thank us. Our children won't have college funds because you stole them. Borrowed. Both in-laws said in unison. That's when I played my last card. Okay. If it's borrowed, sign this. I pulled out a document I'd had my lawyer draft. It's a simple promissory note. Says you'll repay the full amount within 30 days at market interest rate. Should be easy if you're really planning to refinance. They exchanged glances. We don't need some formal document between family, Diane said. Then you won't mind signing it. This is insulting, Robert stood. Come on, Diane. We don't need this disrespect. They made it to the door before the FBI moved. 6 agents, appearing as if from nowhere. The look on Robert's face as they read him his rights was something I'll never forget. Shock melting into rage, melting into fear. You set us up. Diane shrieked at Catherine. Your own parents? You stole from your own daughter, Catherine replied, tears streaming but voice steady. From your granddaughter's future, from everyone who loved and trusted you. As they were led away in handcuffs, neighbors watching from windows, Diane turned one last time. We'll never forgive you for this. Good, Catherine said. That makes us even. The aftermath was swift. The FBI found evidence of 2 more victims we didn't know about. The beach house purchase was frozen, along with their other assets. Turns out they'd been living entirely off stolen family money for years, moving from relative to relative like financial vampires. The investigation revealed the full scope. Over $1.8 million stolen from 8 family members over 6 years. Each victim had been told they were the only one, that it was a one-time emergency, that the family investments would make everyone rich. We got most of our money back after the assets were liquidated. Not all, legal fees and time value ate into it, but enough to restart our plans, our dreams. Catherine's brother managed to freeze his accounts before they could touch them, thanks to our warning. The hardest part wasn't the money. It was watching Catherine grieve the parents she thought she had. The ones who loved her, who would never hurt her, who just needed help occasionally. Those parents never existed. Robert and Diane were sentenced to 5 years each. Federal prison, no parole. They tried to play the elderly card, the health card, even the we're family card one last time. The judge wasn't moved. You betrayed the most fundamental trust, she said during sentencing. The trust between parent and child. You didn't just steal money, you stole faith, security, and peace of mind from those who loved you most. We don't visit. Catherine tried once, but they spend the entire time blaming her for their situation. They've written letters, long, rambling things about forgiveness and family unity. We don't read them anymore. Lily's too young to understand why she doesn't see her grandparents anymore. Someday we'll have to explain. For now, we just say they're away. It's not a lie. They are away. And they're staying there. The beach house sold at auction last month. A nice retired couple bought it, planning to make it their forever home. Catherine found out through a cousin and cried for hours. Not for the house or the money, but for the family that could have been if her parents had been different people. Me, I learned 3 lessons. First, Love and blood don't guarantee trustworthiness. Second, when someone shows you who they are through their actions, believe them, not their words. And third, family isn't who you're related to. Family is who shows up without stealing from you, who helps without helping themselves to your life savings, who loves without a price tag. Catherine's building that family now. Friends who've become sisters, mentors who've become mothers, people who prove every day that you can choose your family, and sometimes that choice is the greatest gift you can give yourself. The FBI agent Coleman sent us a message after the trial. Simple, professional. Thank you for your cooperation. Your courage stopped them from hurting anyone else. Catherine framed it. It sits on our mantle where family photos used to be. A reminder that sometimes the hardest thing to do is also the rightest. That protecting others sometimes means confronting the ones you love. That family isn't about blood. It's about trust. And trust, once shattered, can't be rebuilt with Instagram posts and empty promises. It can only be earned, one honest moment at a time. With people who understand that love means protecting each other, not preying on each other. We're building that family now. Without them, without their poison dressed up as love, without their theft disguised as help. And honestly, we've never been happier.
The cashier said, "It's declined," and the whole line at the pharmacy exhaled at once like I'd taken too long on purpose. My name is Willow Flores. I'm 35, I work the front desk at an urgent care, and for the last 10 days I've been sleeping on the pullout at my mum's little ranch on the south side of Columbus. Mum, Virginia, is 63 and had a total knee replacement on March 11th. I moved in on March 13th when she came home. Michelle, my sister, is 38 and better at drop-ins than follow-through. The morning started fine. I rotated her ice packs, helped her take the 4 steps down from the porch for her first PT visit, then back up with the walker legs thunking on the threshold. I swapped shifts with Andrea at work so I could do mornings, be home by 2 and watch stairs and swelling. The living room smells like menthol and lemon cleaner. There's a bell she won't use because she says it makes her feel old. She calls from the recliner when she needs me anyway. On the counter by the fruit bowl sat a fat white envelope. In Sharpie, groceries plus RX. Mum had pulled $300 from the ATM before surgery to keep things simple. I'm the one who keeps things simple. I made a list. Low-sodium soup, yogurt, compression socks, the anti-nausea refill the discharge nurse insisted on. Michelle breezed in just as I was putting my shoes on. Lip gloss, big sunglasses, a hoodie that wasn't hers. "Look at you, Nurse Willow," she said, kissing the air next to Mum's cheek and angling her phone for a selfie. "We should post so people know you're okay, Ma." Mum smiled, tired, the purple of the bruising sneaking out from under her ice wrap. "No pictures. Hair?" Michelle laughed and touched up her lip again. Her eyes landed on the envelope. "What's this?" "Groceries and prescriptions," I said. "I'm about to go." She slid the envelope toward herself like it might break. "I can grab it." "Saves you a trip. I'm headed out anyway." I looked at her empty hands. "Grab what?" "Everything," she said, already tucking the envelope into her bag. "Don't be so tense, Will. I'll pay you Friday." "Shell," Mum said, soft warning. Michelle waved it off. "It's family. I got it. Friday, okay?" She was out the door in 5 minutes with a promise to text. I leaned in the doorway for a second, feeling the quiet drape over the house. The calendar the hospital gave us was stuck to the fridge with a pizza magnet. Ice every 2 hours, elevate, walk to the bathroom every hour. I rechecked the med list, took Mum's temperature, wrote it down because writing calms me. By 3, the house got that hollow afternoon sound. Mum dozed. The PT band lay in a coil at her feet. I made a quick run to the pharmacy because the anti-nausea med was out and she needed it for dinner. At the counter, I slid my card without thinking. Declined. The cashier said it's soft, but the words still cut. I tried again. Declined. "There's a 45-minute hold sometimes," the pharmacist called over from the consultation window. A guy behind me sighed heavy. I felt heat climb my neck. The copay was $55. I had 80 toslams in my wallet, the cash I keep in an envelope in my own kitchen to keep my rent on track. I paid, the receipt printed in that long, crinkly ribbon. I folded it sharp and slid it into my back pocket, like making it neat could make it not hurt. Back home, Mum half woke when I clipped the orange bottle into the caddy next to her recliner. "Did you get it?" "Yep," I said. "Take one with applesauce in a half hour." She reached for my hand. "I'm sorry you're doing so much." "It's temporary." I tucked the throw under her heels so it wouldn't rub the incision. "It's fine." Michelle texted at 5:17 p.m. "Ran into Dale, lost track of time." "You're good for today, right? Friday, promise." I put my phone face down. Dinner was chicken and green beans and exactly one episode of the show Mum likes, so she'd rest. I set the timer for ice, and when it beeped, I swapped the slushy pack for the one from the cooler. The skin around her incision was mottled but clean. I wrote down no redness because that's what the nurse asked me to watch for. I could have called Michelle. I didn't want the fight in our Mum's house. I told myself it was one time, and I smoothed the envelope of my own rent money in the drawer next to the sink and didn't look at the new thinness of it. Friday came. Michelle's name lit up my phone with a heart and a, "You know I got you." Nothing hit my account. The next Friday, same thing. 3 heart emojis and a "next week for sure." On the third Friday, Mum was dozing, the hum of the fridge the only sound in the kitchen. I sat at the table with the cheap spiral notebook I'd grabbed at the drugstore when I ran for milk. I flipped to a clean page and wrote in block letters across the top, "March 15th, $55. I'll pay you Friday." I let the period sit. Then I drew a line under it like a fence. By the second week, I could guess totals before the register beeped. $42 for the pain cream with the blue cap, $86 for groceries if I kept meat to 1 pack and used the loyalty card. Morning shifts at the urgent care meant I was home by 2 to rotate ice and watch swelling. Mum's calendar on the fridge got busier. PT 3 times a week, follow-up with the surgeon on the 28th, staples out on the 25th. I wrote everything in pen and checked it off in pencil so I could see it twice. The white envelope was gone. Michelle kept showing up empty-handed and camera ready. "Ma, you're glowing," she said one afternoon, kneeling by the recliner like a commercial. She angled for light. "It's the love, I swear." Mum smiled because she loves her. I stood at the kitchen counter sorting receipts by date, like that could make the numbers behave. Michelle leaned back on her heels. "I'll swing by the store later, Will. You don't have to be so intense. Friday, okay?" "Okay," I said, because fighting in our Mum's living room felt like throwing dishes. When the cable bill popped up on the TV with that blue service interruption banner, Mum flinched. "Oh no!" "My shows." I called and paid the $95 from my account. I wrote "cable to avoid cut" in the notebook, next to the date, the confirmation number, the way the rep sounded bored like I was ordering a pizza. At work, the lobby was a mess of coughing kids and sprained ankles. I checked in a man with a busted finger and a little girl with a glitter headband who asked me if we had crutches in pink. Andrea slid a water bottle across the desk toward me without looking up from her screen. "Eat," she said. "You get mean when you don't." "I'm fine," I said, and drank anyway. "Your mum?" she asked. "Swelling's down. Stairs are still stairs." Andrea nodded. She's good at letting a silence sit. When the lunch rush dipped, she pulled up a form for a patient and her fingers went flying. "If you want me to cover Thursday for PT, I can swap." "Thanks," I said. "I owe you." "Put it in the calendar," she said. "Then I'll owe you later." By late March, I'd made 4 runs for groceries, 2 for prescriptions, 1 for a shower chair because the nurse said it was non-negotiable. Michelle kept texting heart emojis, and Friday like it was a spell. On a Wednesday, I finally wrote in the family group chat. Me, Mom, Michelle, Aunt Wendy, and our cousin who never says anything. Hey, I've covered groceries, prescriptions and the cable bill since the envelope. Total right now is $398. Michelle, please send me your share by Friday like you said. Michelle responded in under a minute with a laughing, crying emoji and OMG, Will, it's not that serious. Aunt Wendy chimed in. Money and family don't mix. Let it go. It's petty. I stared at the screen. Mum's 3 dots popped up, then disappeared. I deleted what I typed twice and settled on. This is actual money that left my account. I need it back. Michelle sent a selfie from Mum's driveway 15 minutes later, captioned doing what matters, like she'd just left. She hadn't been by that day. I took a screenshot, then I took screenshots of every Friday because my hands needed something to do that wasn't shaking. That night, I found Mum teary in the dark after I turned off the lamp. I don't want you girls fighting, she whispered. We're not fighting, I said, tucking the blanket under her calves. We're figuring out money, she sniffed. Take my card. You need it for your surgery bills, I said. Her card sat in her purse like a loaded question. We both knew she'd pay minimums until the end of time. I'll get you through this month, then we'll reset. On the 31st, I texted Michelle directly. I need the $398 by the end of the month. Please send it today. She replied with 3 hearts and you're the best. No money showed. April started anyway. The PT said Mum's range of motion was good, but she needed to push harder. I pushed too. Coupons, generic brands, cancelling the cleaning service Mum hadn't used in a year but still paid for. I added $55 for the anti-nausea med refill, $18 for gauze pads, $14 for compression sock spray because the socks squeaked and irritated her skin. The grocery total hit $86 again on a day I skipped coffee to make room for chicken and broth. Michelle came by on a Saturday, cried a little at the incision, dabbed her eyes with a tissue, took a picture of their hands and left with, I'll get the next one, Friday, swear. The group chat pinged while I was balancing Mum's ice pack on a towel. Aunt Wendy, maybe you should stop nickel and diming. Your mum needs peace. Michelle, right? Thank you, Auntie. I put the phone in the drawer with the takeout menus and let it thunk closed. By the second week of April, the number in my notebook jumped. I paid the water bill because the notice was taped to the door right where Mum could see it. I refilled her anticoagulant after the surgeon's office called about lapsing. Each time, I stuck the receipt to the page with scotch tape and wrote the date, the amount, and in quotes, I'll pay you Friday. I sent one more text to Michelle. I expect repayment by the end of the month, totals updated in the notebook. Please don't leave this on me, she sent, you're the best, again, with a pink heart this time. That night, after Mum fell asleep, I sat at the kitchen table with the overhead light too bright and the hum of the fridge steady. I flattened the crinkled receipts, stapled them to the lined page so they wouldn't slide, and added up the columns twice. When the pen bled through the paper at the final number, I circled it until the circle was thick and dark, $180. I woke up to the number in my head like a song I didn't want, 180. The notebook sat open on the kitchen table under the magnet I used as a paperweight. I made coffee quiet so I wouldn't wake Mom, then typed a text with my thumbs, slow to keep my hands steady. Please repay the 180s by Friday, otherwise I'll pursue small claims. I read it 3 times. I didn't add a heart or a smile. I hit send at 7:12 a.m. before I could talk myself out of it. By 9, Michelle had posted a photo on Instagram, her arm around Mom in the recliner, both of them smiling soft. Family over everything, the caption read with 3 red hearts. The timestamp said 20 minutes ago. I'd been at work since 6. The house was locked when I left. Either she had a key or she'd posted an old picture. My phone buzzed with her text next. Are you serious, Willow? Those were gifts. My stomach knotted. I hated that Mum's face was in it. I put my phone face down next to the keyboard and checked in a man with a swollen ankle. At lunch, Andrea and I took our sad sandwiches to the break room. She waited until I unwrapped mine and asked, "You look like a cat that swallowed a razor. What's up?" I slid the notebook across the table. The paper had a groove where I'd circled the total too hard. "I sent her a last ask, Friday or I file." Andrea flipped a page with her clean, quick fingers, taking in the taped receipts, the dates. "Good. What did she say?" "That they were gifts, and she posted a hug picture with my mum." Andrea's mouth went flat. "Of course she did." "I don't want to drag Mom into court stuff," I said, "but I can't keep—" I didn't finish. I pointed at the number instead. Andrea took a bite, chewed, then pulled out her phone. "Feelings are one thing. Paper is another. If you want, I'll walk you through the small claims site on my lunch." "Now?" "Now," she said. 10 minutes. We huddled over my phone. She navigated to the municipal court page like she'd been born inside a drop-down menu. "Small claims, new filing. You're the plaintiff, she's the defendant. Cause of action, money lent." "I'm not a lawyer," I said. "You don't have to be," she said. "Just be accurate." I typed in Michelle's full name and the address she texted last fall when she moved apartments. Phone number, email. I entered the amount, $1,180. The page told me the filing fee would be $85, due at submission. The site let me upload attachments. Andrea pointed at the paper tray behind the copier. "We'll scan your pages later. For now, submit the basics, then print everything tonight so you're ready." Back at the desk, I checked in a woman with a fever and a construction worker with a cut finger. The hours moved like wet laundry, heavy, slow. When my shift ended at 2, I drove to Mum's. The house smelled like lemon cleaner and last night's chicken. Mum was dozing. I tucked a fresh ice pack into the wrap and put her phone on the arm of the recliner. "Michelle came by?" I asked. "She popped in," Mum said without opening her eyes. "Brought a smoothie. I couldn't keep it down." I nodded. "She posted a picture." Mum opened one eye, guilty. She asked. I thought it would make people pray. "I'm not mad," I said, because I wasn't mad at her. I put the walker within reach. "I sent Michelle a text about the money. If she pays by Friday, great. If not, I'm going to file in small claims." Mum's mouth tightened. "I don't like the idea." "I know," I said. "This is between me and her. You don't have to do anything." She looked at me for a long second and nodded. "Okay." After dinner, rice and baked fish, exactly 1 half-hour episode of the show she likes, I left her with the remote and drove to the library. The public copiers took dimes. I fed the machine and laid each receipt and screenshot under the glass. The light strobed and the machine hummed. I organised stacks by date on the end of a table and wrote labels in ballpoint. Prescriptions, groceries, utilities, texts. A kid nearby tapped at a homework computer. An older man asked the librarian about printing a boarding pass. Ordinary life went on around me while I made a pile that said, "I'm not crazy, I'm careful." Back home, I slid the copies into plastic sleeves I'd bought at the dollar store and put them in a cheap black binder. The cover flexed under my hand. When the house got quiet, Mum's breathing steady, the fridge a low hum, I opened the court website. The complaint form I'd started at lunch waited in a little grey box. Continue filing. I checked the names again. The address, the amount. I clicked the box that said I affirmed the information was true. The payment screen asked for my card. My balance would groan, but I'd already paid bigger prices. My finger hovered over the mouse. The house was so still I could hear the ice machine dump a tray in the freezer. "Paper is another," I said out loud, like an answer to a question only I could hear. I clicked submit. The screen spun, then gave me a case number and a confirmation. Relief slid through me, shaky and honest. I wrote the number on the first page of my notebook, under the fence line I'd drawn, and finally let my shoulders drop. The court email landed at 8:03 a.m. "Your filing has been accepted." Below it, the docket number, a hearing date, May 8th at 9:30 a.m, and a line that said, "Service by certified mail issued." There was a USPS tracking number. I copied it into my notebook under the case number and wrote May 8, 9:30 on Mum's fridge calendar in small letters under her PT so she wouldn't fixate. I refreshed the tracking page twice before I left for work. Accepted. In transit. The day did its usual shuffle. Fevers, a kid who stuck a bead up her nose, a contractor with a sliced knuckle. Andrea leaned back in her chair at lunch and nudged my elbow. "You file?" I slid my phone over so she could read the email. May 8. "Plenty of time," she said. "Start a binder tab for service and timeline. If it's not in writing, it doesn't exist." "Already ahead of you," I said, though the tabs were post-its for now. By afternoon, the tracking said out for delivery. At 3:41 p.m, it flipped to delivered. No signature image yet. The little grey box that would show a green signature card stayed blank. It was enough to make my stomach flip. At 4:09, the family group chat lit up like a siren. Michelle. "You're taking your own sister to court?" Aunt Wendy. "Oh, Willow, over money? Really?" Michelle again. "This is sick. You moved in rent-free and now you're suing me." I stared at the screen and didn't type. Mom called before I could decide. She whispered like the walls could hear. "Willow?" "I'm here." I saw the messages. Her voice had that breathy worry to it. Did you file something? For court?" "I did," I said. The truth felt like a plank under my feet in a river. "It's between me and Michelle. It's about the money I've been fronting. I love you. You don't have to pick sides." "I don't want to be the reason," she said. "I hate that I need so much." "You needed a knee replaced," I said, stepping into the hallway so I could talk without looking at her stitches. "That's normal. The court thing is because she promised to repay and didn't. That's separate." She was quiet. I could hear the TV low in the background. "Okay," she said finally. "I love you." "Love you too," I said. "Do you want tea?" She blew out a little laugh. "Always." I made her tea. We watched one episode of her show and then switched to the local news. When she dozed, I took the binder to the kitchen table and laid out what I had like a puzzle. I wrote clean labels on cardstock I cut to size and slid them into the tab sleeves. Receipts, texts, calendar, service. I printed the hearing date email, the USPS tracking page, the case number. I screen-capped the group chat and sent the photos to my email so I could print them at the library tomorrow. The stack felt steadier when it had sections. In the bathroom, while Mum slept, I faced the mirror and practiced out loud, keeping my voice neutral. These were loans with clear repayment promises. The tile made my voice sound different, softer and more clipped. I said it again while I washed my hands. These were loans with clear repayment promises. I didn't add feelings. I didn't add history. Andrea's voice in my head. Paper is another. My phone buzzed on the counter. Another from the group chat. Aunt Wendy. Family business should stay in the family. Michelle. Delete this, Wendy. She screenshoots everything. It made me laugh once, short and mean. Then there was a private text from Michelle. Wow, trash move, Willow. I put the phone face down and went back to the table. I put a calendar printout behind the calendar tab and circled the dates I'd paid things, added cable interruption averted next to the $95, wrote water notice next to the utility. I made a copy of my ledger page with the £1,180 circled and put the original back in the notebook like it was a seed I didn't want to risk. By the time I packed up, the green card still hadn't posted to the tracking. I Googled it and learned returns can lag a few days. Delivery was what mattered. I wrote delivered 4:09 p.m. with the tracking number on a post-it and stuck it to the service tab. At work the next morning, Andrea slid a stack of sheet protectors across the desk. For your binder, don't fight me. I wasn't going to, I said, and meant it. I slid the email and the tracking printout into the plastic sleeves. It felt good to hear them whisper as they went in. My phone vibrated again near the end of my shift. A new text from Michelle, separate from the chat. You could have just asked Dale to front you. You didn't have to make a scene. I typed and erased twice. I settled on, I asked you to repay me multiple times. I didn't hit send. I locked the screen. At home, I put the hearing date on my own paper calendar and on the sticky note stuck to my wallet. I set a reminder on my phone for a week before to request the day off. Mum watched me from the recliner. You look like you're packing for a trip, she said. In a way, I said, a short one. That night, after I swapped out her ice and wiped down the walker legs where they scuffed the door frame, my phone lit up on the counter again. Michelle this time, no emojis. See you in court, petty princess. I parked 3 blocks from the courthouse to avoid the garage fee and sat for a second with both hands on the wheel until my heartbeat stopped thudding in my ears. The binder rode shotgun like homework I couldn't afford to lose. At home, I'd set Mum up with oatmeal, her morning pills in a ramekin, the walker within reach, and a fresh ice pack in the cooler. I put the remote and her phone next to her and showed her how to call me with one tap. I'll be back by lunch, I said. She smoothed the corner of the throw like it mattered. Text me when you get inside, she'd said, and I did, through security. The line at security moved fast. Shoes off, binder and keys in a grey tub, the conveyor belt humming. A sign on the wall. No weapons, no food, no recording. The air inside the courthouse had that bleach-clean, recycled feeling. On the 4th floor, a paper docket was taped outside the small claims courtroom with names listed in 2 columns. May 8th, 9:30 a.m. I found us in print. Flores vs Flores. I sat on a hard bench outside and opened the binder just to touch the tabs. Receipts, texts, calendar, service. The filing fee receipt sat inside a plastic sleeve at the front, the $85 circled in pencil because I'd paid it and needed to see it to believe it. I rubbed the corner until the plastic went warm under my thumb. My phone buzzed. Andrea. You've got the facts. Paper is another. I sent back a check mark. Mum, are you okay? I sent, here, I'm okay. Michelle arrived with Dale 10 minutes later, her lip gloss catching the light like a signal. She clocked the binder and smirked. Wow, you really brought a whole book to this. Dale hung back, hands in his hoodie pocket, eyes sliding anywhere but mine. Air our family business to strangers? Michelle said, voice pitched just enough to bounce off the walls. Classy. I kept my mouth shut. The bench felt harder. A clerk with a neat stack of files and a tie that didn't quite match his shirt moved in and out of the courtroom, calling names and taking notes. Everett, his nameplate said. He had a calm that seemed to slow the hallway down by a notch. Inside, a landlord case went first. A college kid in a wrinkled button-down argued about a deposit and carpet stains. Then a fender bender, 2 people with phone pictures of bumpers, both sure the other one had backed up wrong. A man in a Carhartt jacket told the judge his neighbour built a bad deck that leaked into his basement. He kept saying bad deck like it was a legal term. I watched the rhythm of it. Sworn in, facts, receipts, questions. A decision. No speeches, no crying, just paper and answers. Michelle leaned in and whispered, We could have talked about this over brunch. You didn't have to be dramatic. We tried talking, I said finally. My voice came out steady. Friday was talking. She rolled her eyes. You moved in for free and now you're, charging me for groceries? Sick. I looked past her at the list on the wall. Names, case numbers, order. It helped. Dale cleared his throat like he was going to say something, and then didn't. Everett stepped out again with his clipboard. When your case is called, both parties come forward, he said to the hallway, not just to us. Phones on silent. If you have exhibits, keep them organised. Don't approach the bench unless told. We'll get through everyone." He disappeared back inside. I mimicked the calm in his voice in my head, like I'd practiced in the bathroom mirror. These were loans with clear repayment promises. A woman with a stroller bounced her baby while giving quiet answers about a cell phone bill. A man in a suit settled in the hallway before his case got called. They walked back out together with a signed agreement. It made the whole thing feel less like TV and more like a long morning at the DMV with a gavel at the end. I checked the time, 9:47. My palms were damp. I slid the filing fee receipt out a half-inch, then back in, the plastic sleeve rasping. I'd written our case number on a post-it and stuck it to the inside cover. I traced the numbers with a fingernail until the paper softened. Michelle scrolled on her phone and laughed at something only she could see. Dale nodded along with nothing. Inside the courtroom, a printer whirred. A bailiff said next in a low voice. Everett appeared again, looked down at his list and called out names I didn't recognise. I blew out a breath and sat up straighter. My phone buzzed once more. Mum again. "Call me when you're done. Proud of you." I swallowed and typed, "Will do." I didn't look at Michelle. Everett lifted his head, voice even. "Flores v. Flores." I stood. The binder felt solid in my hands. I stepped forward into the doorway, and the room's cool air hit my face like a rinse. We stepped up when Everett called our names. The bailiff nodded us to the table and held up a hand. "Raise your right hand," he said. "Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth?" "I do," I said. "I do," Michelle echoed, already sighing. The judge looked down over reading glasses. "Good morning. I'm Judge Thornton. We're here on Flores versus Flores. Plaintiff, you go first. Tell me what this is about and keep it to facts." "My name is Willow," I said. "I filed for $1,880 I loaned my sister Michelle over March and early April for our mother's groceries, prescriptions and utilities. She promised to repay me multiple times and didn't." "Ma'am, step by step," the judge said, pen poised. "Dates and amounts." I opened my binder and slid the first page forward. The plastic sleeve made a soft whisper. My mum had a total knee replacement March 11th. She came home March 13th. She'd pulled cash for expenses and left it in an envelope labelled Groceries plus RX. My sister took the envelope, said, "I'll pay you Friday. I can show the text." I slid a printout of the text and a screenshot behind it. The judge glanced, circled the words, "I'll pay you Friday," with a blue pen, then nodded once. I went to the pharmacy that same day. My card was declined. I paid the $55 copay in cash from my own rent money. I pointed to the receipt. After that, I covered groceries, several trips, 86, 74, $52. I paid a $95 cable bill to avoid interruption, so our mum could watch TV while recovering. I have the confirmation number printed there. I tapped where I'd underlined it. I bought supplies, gauze pads, compression sock spray, and I refilled her anti-nausea prescription. I also paid a water bill when the notice was on the door. "And you kept records," the judge said. "Yes," I said. I added each receipt to a ledger, dated with amounts. I asked Michelle to repay by Friday, as she promised. I asked in the family chat and privately. I have those messages. I pushed the texts section forward. The judge flipped a few pages. The courtroom was quiet enough that I could hear the copier in the hall kick on and hum. "Total?" the judge asked without looking up. $11.80, I said. I circled it here. I slid the ledger page. I filed April 10th. "The amount covers loans up to that date. I'm also asking for the $85 filing fee." The judge made 2 notes. "Anything else?" "I moved into my mum's house to get her through post-op," I said. "I swapped shifts. There wasn't a rent arrangement. That's not part of this claim." "Understood," the judge said. He turned to Michelle. "Your turn." Michelle smiled like she was on a stage. "None of this is... It's family. We help each other. I brought smoothies and I was there for Mum. I didn't take anything, and me saying Friday, that's just how we talk. It wasn't a contract, she said, eyebrows up. Plus, she moved in rent-free and now she's nickel and diming me for cable. Ms. Flores, the judge said, voice even. If these were gifts, why did you promise repayment multiple times? Michelle blinked. Because she gets intense. It was to calm her down. You don't say no to Willow when she's got a list. Did you repay any of the amounts? The judge asked. I was going to, Michelle said, but then she went nuclear. Certified mail, court. Who does that to their own sister? Please answer the question, the judge said. Any repayments? No, Michelle said, softer. Did you dispute any specific amounts? He asked. Cable? Prescriptions? Michelle looked down. I mean, I didn't ask her to pay cable. Your mother lives there, the judge said. And this was while she recovered from surgery? Yes, Michelle said. But... Dale shifted like he might speak. The judge glanced at him. Sir, are you a party? He shook his head. Then stay quiet, the judge said, and went back to the papers. He took the texts packet and circled another I'll pay you Friday. Ms. Flores, he said to Michelle, the words here have meaning. I'll pay isn't vague. Michelle's mouth opened and closed. It's just family, she said again, smaller. The judge nodded toward me. Plaintiff, did you warn the defendant you would file if not repaid? Yes, I said. On April 6th, I texted, please repay the 1,180s by Friday, otherwise I'll pursue small claims. That's page 3. He found it, read, made another circle. He flipped to the service tab. You serve by certified mail? Yes, I said. Delivered April 9th. I printed the tracking and the docket shows it. Everett stepped up, handed the judge the file folder. The judge checked something inside and put it back. All right, he said. Anything else you need me to know, briefly? I want my mother out of this, I said. This is between me and Michelle. I need the money I loaned returned. Michelle huffed. She's making me look like a thief. That's enough, the judge said, with a finality that quieted the room. He wrote for a minute, the scratch of his pen loud in the small space. He set the pen down, looked at both of us and said, Here's my ruling. Judgment for the plaintiff, Judge Thornton said, clear as glass. My breath left in a weird little hiccup I hoped no one heard. The amount is $1,180, he went on, plus the $85 filing fee, payable in monthly instalments. I'm setting a minimum of $100 per month starting next month, the first business day. If the defendant fails to make payments, the plaintiff may pursue collection remedies, including wage garnishment. Is that understood? I nodded. Yes, Your Honour. Michelle stared at a point somewhere over the judge's left shoulder. This is insane, she said, but it came out small. The judge didn't look up from the order he was signing. Ms. Flores, you made repayment promises. The paper is very clear. Emotions aside, this is straightforward. He slid the signed order toward the edge of the bench. The clerk will provide copies. Make your payments through the clerk's office so there's a record. Next, the bailiff called, and the copier in the hall hummed to life like it had been waiting. Everett moved us to the side table with a practised wave, set the file in a neat stack, and pressed down staples like he was sealing a box. 2 certified copies for you, he said to me, tapping the top page. Case numbers here, payment instructions on page 2. Defendant gets 1. Keep your address updated if you move. Any questions, go to the window down the hall. Thank you, I said. My voice came out steady, the way I'd practised in the bathroom mirror. I took the papers without looking at Michelle. She snapped her gum like she'd had it all along. You happy now? Dale stood half a step behind her, eyes on the scuffed floor. He hadn't said a word since we walked in. Everett gave us both a polite, neutral smile that didn't belong to either of us and moved to the next case. We walked into the hallway air like coming up from a pool. Michelle caught my elbow. I hope you feel good about making our family look messy in front of strangers. I gently pulled my arm back. Make the payments. Oh, now you're a loan shark. She laughed once, high and thin. I'll send you something when I can. There's a schedule, I said. Go to the window, they'll explain. She opened her mouth, then closed it. Dale finally said, Let's go. Quiet. Michelle lifted her chin like that fixed things, and they left. I stood with my binder pressed against my stomach and watched the elevator doors slide shut on their reflection. My phone buzzed. A text from Mom. Are you okay? Then a second later, call me when you're out. I stepped into a corner near the big window and dialed. The view was just roofs and a slice of grey sky. Mom answered on the second ring. Hi, honey. It's done, I said. The judge ruled in my favour. Oh. She exhaled like she'd been holding it all morning. Are you okay? I'm okay, I said. He set it up as monthly payments. It's on record. You don't have to do anything. I hate this, she said, but it didn't have teeth. I love you. I love you too, I said. I'll be home in a half hour. Do you want soup or eggs? Soup, she said, and thank you for taking care of me. Always, I said. We hung up. I sent Andrea a photo of the top of the order with the case number cropped in. She replied in 30 seconds. Paper is another. Then a thumbs up. Then, proud of you. I slid the order into the front sleeve of the binder and wrote the case number again on a sticky note for no good reason except that writing calms me. The plastic whisper of the sleeve felt like a second copy of the judge's words. The hall had already moved on. A new set of people waited with folders and crossed arms. Everett called another case in that same even voice, and a woman with a stack of phone bills stood up. I walked down to the clerk's window and asked the woman there to go over the payment instructions one more time because I wanted the shape of it in my head. She circled the due date, the minimum, the address for checks. If payments stop, she said, you can file for garnishment. There's a form. Thank you, I said. I pressed my palm against the cool counter and let myself breathe for a count of 5. Outside, the air felt warmer than when I'd walked in. I kept my head down, binder tight under my arm, and took the 3 blocks slow. The parking meter flashed expired, but the chalk mark on my tyre was faint, and there was no ticket. I didn't call that luck. I called it a small, ordinary mercy. In the car, I texted Mom, I'm okay, we're going to do things differently now. Then I put the phone face down on the seat, turned the key, and watched the courthouse recede in the rear view like a building I might never have to go into again. 2 days after court, I took Mum to the pharmacy and set her card on the counter. We'd like to put this on file for Virginia, I said, for all co-pays. The tech looked at Mum. That okay with you? Mum nodded. Yes, please. The tech typed, scanned the card and printed a slip. Mum signed with her careful little cursive. I tucked the copy into my binder behind a new tab I labelled Pharmacy. At home, I cleaned out the drawer where the cash envelope used to live. I put a plain white index card on the counter instead and clipped a new debit card to it with a bulldog clip. I'd opened it that morning at the bank as a separate account, groceries, funded by Mum from her checking. The banker printed grocery on the card in block letters with a labeller like we were organising a pantry. I wrote the rules under it with a Sharpie. Use for groceries only. Receipts go under the clip. If there's no money on it, we wait. I texted Michelle a picture. No more cash envelopes. If you shop for Mum, use this card and leave receipts. She read it and didn't reply. Andrea and I spent our lunch break making a shared calendar on her computer. Name it something boring, she said. We called it Virginia Care. We added PT days with times, the surgeon follow-up, rides, meals, meds pickups. Each item had a name next to it, me, Michelle, or blank. If your name is on it, you do it or you swap, I typed in the description, then added, no showboating. Update if you can't, Andrea grinned. Send invites. I sent to Michelle and Aunt Wendy. Michelle accepted without a comment. Wendy wrote back, I'm only good for Sundays. I plugged her into Sunday dinners and left it at that. The house got easier to keep quiet. Mum's walker clicks slowed. She took the porch steps one at a time without holding her breath. We still did ice, but the timer went off less. TV in the background, local anchors laughing at weather jokes. When the pharmacy texted RX ready, I didn't have to do math. I called to confirm the card on file. You're set, the text said, and the copay landed where it belonged. Michelle tried the old rhythm once. She came by with candles and a glossy magazine, sat on the arm of the recliner for a picture, then said, I'll grab groceries later. You good to cover and I'll pay you Friday? I pointed at the card clipped to the index card. Use that. Bring the receipt. She squinted at it like it offended her. Wow, so official. It keeps things simple, eh? I said, and went back to rinsing blueberries. She used the card, she didn't leave the receipt. I took a picture of the online statement the next morning and texted, Please leave receipts under the clip. She sent a thumbs up and a selfie in a different hoodie. I printed the statement anyway and filed it. Paper is another. The first business day of June came with blue sky and an alert on my phone reminding me payment due, case. I called the clerk's office at 10 and gave the case number. The woman on the line clicked keys. No payment yet, she said. I printed the order, circled the line the judge had read out loud, minimum $100 per month starting the first business day of next month, and texted a photo to Michelle. Per the order, $100 is due today at the clerk's office. If payments aren't made, the next step is wage garnishment. Here are the instructions. I attached the page Everett had stapled for me. She read it. Nothing. At 4, still nothing. I folded laundry and listened to Mum hum along to a rerun. The quiet felt like a held breath. Before bed, I set the binder on the table where I'd see it in the morning. The next day at 9:22 a.m, Michelle texted, paid. She attached a photo of a receipt stamped with the court's seal, case number, and $100. I called the clerk anyway. Posted, the woman said. You'll get a disbursement by mail. Thank you, I said, and wrote June payment received in my notebook with a check mark that felt heavier than the line. The group chat went still. Aunt Wendy posted a picture of her garden once, tomatoes on a vine, and Michelle reacted with a heart. No more commentary about petty or family. I didn't miss it. The calendar did its job without noise. When Michelle had her name on a PT ride and didn't show, I didn't sprint. I ordered a lift with Mum's card and watched the little car move on the map toward our street. This is fancy, Mum said, buckling in slow. I sat behind her and asked the driver to take the speed bumps as if they were glass. Back home, I kept receipts under the clip and added a new habit, a photo of each page before I filed it. The binder grew, but what it held was different now. Confirmations, not debts. Some days the guilt still knocked around my ribs. It came late at night when the house was too quiet, or when I caught Mum watching both our faces like she was measuring weather. When it showed up, I opened the notebook to the thick circle around $1,180 and the order with the judge's neat signature. I pointed to the line I'd drawn across that first entry like a fence and let it stand between me and the old way. One afternoon, the pharmacy texted at 1:07, copay of $15 processed for Virginia. No drama, no heat crawling up my neck. I stood at the sink and let the air out of my lungs in a long, clean exhale. Mum shuffled in with her walker. Tea? She asked. Always, I said. I set the kettle on, and when it clicked off, I poured, tucked the throw under her heels so it wouldn't rub, and sat across from her with the calendar open on my phone. Saturday showed Aunt Wendy's name next to chicken and rice. Monday had staple check, done, crossed out weeks ago, but left there because I like seeing it. Michelle texted that evening, Do I need to go through the clerk every time? I replied, Yes, It keeps a record. She sent back a single K. We went on. Ice when needed, then none. Groceries on the card. PT turning into home exercises with a band. Andrea checked the calendar now and then and dropped off a lasagna on a day with too many appointments. The binder lived on a shelf where I could reach it without seeing it. The envelope stayed gone. The house felt like a house again.
The boxes showed up before I had a chance to say no. 25 of them, a treadmill, and a crib my sister called sentimental. She idled at the curb with her hazard lights on and said it would be 1 week. Her new lease was processing. I believed her because that's the role I play. My name is Penny Wilson. I'm 31 and I work the front desk at Maple Ridge Family Clinic, the only clinic in our little town. I rent a 1-bedroom over a florist 2 blocks from work. My brother Jace is 34 and allergic to drama. My sister Bianca is 26 and magnetic enough that people help her even when they shouldn't. Our mum, Lara, is 57 and tries to keep everyone talking. Our dad, Gus, is 59 and thinks most things blow over if you wait long enough. We all live within 20 minutes of each other, which is comforting and complicated. Bianca pulled up the first Saturday in May. It was warm enough that the tape on the boxes went soft under my thumbs. She kept the engine running and hopped out in sunglasses and a tank top, smiling like she was donating a prize. I just need a week, Pen. Lease starts the 10th. Background check, whatever, she said, waving her phone like proof. My upstairs place is small. You open the door and you're already in the living room. I said I didn't have room and I meant it. She bit her lip and looked young enough that I hated the word no. Storage then, I said. 1 week, you'll cover it. She kissed my cheek. You're the best. We signed a month-to-month that afternoon at a place by the highway where the units smelled like dust and metal. The smallest unit that fit the treadmill was climate controlled and not cheap. The lease was in my name because I was there and Bianca had to run to a showing. We bought their lock because you have to. We slid the boxes in, the crib leaned against the back wall, treadmill on its side so the door would shut. She texted our family group chat, Wilson Fam, a selfie of us sweating with a heart and the caption, 1 week. 1 week turned into my whole May. I kept paying because unpaid storage turns into late fees and auctions and embarrassing calls. The monthly rent, insurance, tax, a one-time admin fee, and then late charges when Bianca said Friday, and Friday came and went. It stacked. By the end of June, the total I'd put on my credit card said $801. That's most of my rent. That's groceries and a copay. I covered it because that's what I do. Keep the lights on and the peace. Bianca's updates were emojis and plans that lived in the future. Tomorrow! Ugh slammed. Lease hiccup NBD. In the group chat, Mum said she was between things, like life is a couple of bus stops, and I was the waiting bench. Dad sent a thumbs up sticker. Jace didn't weigh in. My cousin Zoe, who has seen Bianca pull this kind of thing since high school, sent a side eye. At work, I ran the front like usual. Check-ins, insurance cards, coffee stains, wiped before anyone noticed. I'm good at making other people's chaos smooth. I'd pull charts, schedule 3 follow-ups while I was at it, keep the waiting room quiet when a toddler melted down. Patients know my voice. The doctors trust me. It's a small town. People bring zucchini from their gardens and ask how my parents are. I said, they're good, and meant it, in the way you mean it when you want to keep moving. Bianca did stop by my place once, not to pick up anything, just to try on a dress she'd left in my closet last fall. She sniffed. I can't believe you picked climate control. Pricey. She laughed like we were sharing a joke. I said, you said 1 week. And she kissed the air by my ear and said, I know, you love organising. By the end of June, I was between my paycheck and my own rent. The storage bill was due again, and the person paying it was me. I told myself I was keeping track. I had the emails, the invoices, the timestamps in the family chat where I said, can you do Wednesday? And she sent 3 sparkles and maybe. Every time I thought about texting something firmer, I heard my mum's voice in my head, just don't start something. Then came the cookout. First weekend of July, Dad at the grill with a ball cap, smoke drifting across the yard. Paper plates, red cups, potato salad sweating in a bowl of ice. Family, neighbours, 3 of Bianca's friends. She was in her element, laughing big, telling a story about a client who tried to pay in cash and coins. I stood by the cooler, taking it in. Someone, one of her friends, asked where she was living now. "Oh, you know," she said, hooking a thumb toward me. "Between places. Penny's got me. She loves organising. She can keep my boxes a couple more months." The table laughed. She clinked plastic cups with Zoe like it was cute. I watched Dad look down at the grill and flip burgers that didn't need flipping. Mum switched subjects to corn on the cob. The rhythm was familiar. Bianca performed, everyone sidestepped, I absorbed. Something in me tightened, then snapped. I smiled, because that's what I do in public, and took my phone out of my back pocket. Bianca was working the yard like a stage. She'd moved from the patio to the folding table to the cooler, laughing, catching people's sleeves, pouring drinks. I lined up behind 2 kids for a hot dog and watched Dad flip burgers he'd already flipped. When she made the couple more months joke, Zoe snorted and knocked her plastic cup against Bianca's. The sound made a few heads turn. I stepped closer. "Hey," I said, keeping my voice level. "Can you schedule a pickup this week? I've got the key. We can do an evening." Bianca barely looked at me. "Penny, we're at a party." "I know. It's been 2 months. I just want a date on the calendar." She finally glanced over, gave me that amused look like I'd told a pun. "You are so cheap," she said, sing-song like a tease. "Relax. It's just boxes." Zoe's mouth tightened. Dad adjusted the lid on the grill, not meeting my eyes. Mum, right on cue, raised her voice a notch. "Who wants corn? It's sweet this year," she said, lifting a foil-wrapped pan like a prop. "It's not about cheap," I said. "It's about spacing the bill." Bianca rolled her eyes and leaned into Zoe, clinking again. "She loves organising," she told the group around them. "She lives for it." "Do you need my car?" Zoe asked into the space between us. "If it's more than mine." Her tone was neutral, but she was looking at Bianca. Bianca waved it off. "I'm slammed this week. Next week. For sure." I nodded, because nodding keeps things smooth. Dad slipped a cheeseburger onto a plate and held it out to me like a truce offering. I took it. Mum pressed a cob into my other hand. The rhythm re-established itself. Redirect, cover, move on. I ate my burger by the fence with 2 of Dad's neighbours talking about their mower belts. I could feel Bianca's storytelling hum behind me like a generator. I stayed until the sparklers came out for the kids, kissed Mum's cheek, told Dad the burgers were good, and left smelling like smoke and charcoal. The drive home is 15 minutes if you catch the lights. I caught one red after another. The numbers came with each stop. Admin fee in May, rent plus insurance, June rent, the late fee when Bianca texted Friday and didn't show, my credit card balance. I pictured the unit by the highway, that little metal door with our new lock, the treadmill wedged just so. I pictured my own kitchen table with the bills stacked at one corner, a pink sticky note on top that said storage. I parked behind the florist and sat with the engine off, windows down. July air pressed in, warm and lemony from whatever they were making downstairs. My phone was in my back pocket where I'd put it after the joke. I pulled it out and opened Wilson Tham. Typing "hey" felt small. I deleted it. I typed Bianca and deleted that too. I went to my calendar and counted forward. 10 days lands on a Wednesday if you start tomorrow. I thought about clinic hours, the nights I cover the phones until 6, the mornings I can do a run before work. The point was to make it clear and doable. No hemming. I wrote it out like I was scheduling a patient. Simple lines, dates and times, no adjectives. I put the storage address below so I wouldn't have to repeat it. I added, "Bring a friend to lift the treadmill," because I remembered the angle we'd used to slide it in. I double-checked the dates and put 10 days at the top so no one could pretend they'd missed it. I hovered over send. My thumb actually shook. Then I thought about Bianca winking over my head at the table, about Dad flipping a burger that wasn't ready, about Mum using corn like a fire extinguisher. I thought about $801 sitting on my card, while the crib leaned against a wall 30 minutes away. I hit send. 2 blue checks popped up under my text. Timestamp 9:42 p.m. A second later, typing, appeared under Bianca's name and vanished. Then nothing. I sat there for a minute longer, listening to a car pass on Main and someone laugh across the street. Upstairs, my apartment smelled like roses and mop water from the shop below. I set my keys in the dish and rinsed the smoke off my hands. The hum that usually means I'm bracing didn't come back. I brushed my teeth, got into bed, and put my phone face down. It buzzed once, probably a sticker from Dad. I didn't check. In the morning, I was at the clinic by 7:50 with coffee and my badge. I clicked on the front desk lamp, and the light made a clean cone on the counter. I printed the afternoon schedule and tucked band-aids into the little cup by the pens. People came in with coughs and questions and new baby photos. My phone stayed on silent in the drawer. At lunch, I checked it. Jace had sent a thumbs up. Zoe had asked, "Do you need my car?" Bianca had sent a heart to my message, and nothing else. Mum had typed, "Let's all be kind. Everyone's doing their best," which is what she says when she wants me to make it easy. I put the phone back and answered the next call. "Maple Ridge Family Clinic, this is Penny. How can I help you?" My voice sounded like it always does. Calm, practiced. But the line I'd drawn the night before was still there, straight and dark. Day 1 started like any Monday. I unlocked the clinic at 7:50, flipped on the lamp, and set out pens. My 10-day message sat in the family chat with its neat lines. Day 1 through day 10, 3 pickup windows, wed 6 to 8 p.m, sat 9:12, sun 2:4, and the storage address. Bring a friend to lift the treadmill. The timestamp under it felt like a clock I'd wound. At lunch, I checked my phone. Jace had already sent a thumbs up the night before. Zoe had offered her car. Mom had typed, "Let's all be kind." And Bianca had tapped a heart on my message and nothing else. No slot chosen. No question about the address. I tucked the phone back and rescheduled a patient's follow-up. After work, I went home, answered a bill on my laptop, and set an alarm for Wednesday. I wasn't going to spend 2 hours in a metal hallway if Bianca hadn't picked a window, but I wanted to be ready. Day 2, Tuesday, I sent a gentle reminder at 7:15 a.m. to catch people before their day started. Day 2 of 10. Pickup windows are wed 6 to 8 p.m. Sat 9 to 12, sun 2 to 4. 4810, Highway 7, Unit B14. Bring a friend to lift the treadmill. Let me know which works, Bianca replied 8 minutes later. LOL dramatic. I'm slammed. With a pink heart. No slot picked. The word dramatic sat there like a sticker. Zoe texted under it, "Offer still stands if you need my car." And a side-eye emoji that only I would read as protective. Mum added, "We'll figure it out." Which is code for Penny. Figure it out. I put the phone away and answered, "Maple Ridge Family Clinic, this is Penny." A woman asked if we took walk-ins for strep tests. I said yes, and penciled her in between 2 annuals. Wednesday, day 3, I kept my phone propped where I could see it without breaking patient privacy. Noon came and went with no pick. At 5:15, I texted, "Headed to the unit at 6 if you're using that window, please confirm." Nothing. At 5:50, I stood in my kitchen with the key in my hand and chose not to go sit on a concrete walkway for 2 hours alone. I put the key back in the dish. Day 4, Thursday, was quiet in the chat. I printed an itemised invoice from the storage company's portal and saved it as a PDF. It listed the admin fee, May rent, June rent, insurance, taxes, and a late charge. The number at the bottom looked like a dare. Day 5, Friday. I sent the second reminder at 8:02 a.m. Day 5 of 10. Same windows, sat 9 to 12, sun 2:4, next wed 6:08 p.m, 4810, Highway 7, Unit B14. Bring help for the treadmill. Tell me which one you're taking so I can meet you. Jace replied with a check mark. Zoe wrote, "I can drive Sunday if Bianca picks it." Bianca hearted my message again and didn't choose. Saturday morning I ran errands. I didn't go to the unit because there was no confirmation and I wasn't going to sit there guessing. I bought paper towels, a new shower liner, and groceries. The girl at the florist downstairs was trimming stems in a bucket when I hauled my bags up. "Smells good," I said. She laughed. "Lemons." We mopped with them. Day 7, Sunday, I kept my phone on loud for the 2-4 window and made a pot of chili for the week. At 2:19, Dad sent a sticker of a waving bear. At 3:40, Bianca posted a photo of a patio mimosa with the caption "Self-care." No pickup. Monday, day 8, the clinic was packed. A toddler with a cough threw a raisin at me and then wanted a sticker for good throwing. I gave him a dinosaur and handed his mum a tissue. My phone stayed in the drawer, on vibrate, out of the way. Tuesday, day 9, the chat was silent. I printed the next day's schedule and circled the blocks where I could leave on time. After dinner, I put the key and a small flashlight in my tote. I typed out a message and saved it in notes so I could send it at noon the next day. "I'll be at the unit 6 to 8 p.m. tonight. If you're coming, reply here so I can meet you at the gate." Day 10, landed on Wednesday like I'd counted. At 12:04 p.m, I sent the message. "I'll be at the unit 6, 8 p.m. tonight. If you're coming, reply here so I can meet you at the gate. 4810, Highway 7, Unit B14. A blue check, no reply. At 5:15, I locked my drawer, told the nurses good night, and drove to the storage place. The hallway smelled like dust and someone's old dryer sheets. I unlocked B14, checked the boxes like they'd learned to multiply, and took a photo of the open door with the date in the corner. I sat on the little ledge by the unit with my tote, a bottle of water, and my phone face up. At 6:47, a couple 2 doors down hauled a sofa out, arguing kindly about angles. At 7:22, a guy in a ball cap rolled a drum set down the hall. At 7:55, the overhead lights flickered once, like the building was bored. At 7:59, my phone buzzed. Bianca. "Can't tonight, maybe next week." Day 11 started before my alarm. I woke up to the 7:59 p.m. text. "Can't tonight, maybe next week," still on my screen. I didn't reply. I put on jeans, grabbed my tote with the key and flashlight, and drove to 4810 Highway 7. The office opens at 9. I was there at 8:55 with coffee. The manager knew me by now. "Need anything?" she asked, sliding the window open. "A dolly," I said. "Just for the morning." She handed me a green one and a carbon copy pad. $19. Bring it back by noon. Yep. I signed, kept the receipt, and wheeled the dolly into the hallway. B14 smelled like dust and old dryer sheets. I unlocked the door, rolled it up, and took 3 photos. Full unit, date stamped. The treadmill was against the wall, crib folded beside it. Most of the boxes were labelled "clothes" in Bianca's handwriting. I took pictures of the treadmill model decal and the crib brand plate. Sitting on the concrete, I posted both to Marketplace with clear prices and pick up at the storage lot. Treadmill, works, heavy, bring help. $150. Crib, good condition, $60. Today only. I added the cross streets and cash or Venmo. My phone pinged before I could stand. "Is the treadmill available? Can I come at 11? Will you take 120? I replied fast. 11 a.m. works if you can bring a friend. Cash preferred. I sent the gate code and the unit number. For the crib, a woman named Kay wrote, "My sister needs one. We can do 12:30, $60. Okay?" I said yes and sent the same directions. I moved the clothes boxes I could lift onto the dolly 2 at a time, rolled them to my car, and lowered the back seat. 4 trips filled the trunk and half the back seat. I kept the front seat clear for the dolly when I returned it. I left anything unlabelled or marked, kitchen or photos, inside. I wasn't opening those. I lined the remaining boxes up so the space looked organised when buyers came. At 11 on the dot, a man in a red pickup pulled up with another guy. "We're here for the treadmill," he said, friendly. They sized up the hall and the angles the way people do who've moved furniture. "Cash?" he asked. "Cash." He counted out $150. I put it in an envelope in my tote and wrote "Treadmill, $150, 7, with today's date on the front. They tipped the treadmill onto the dolly, grunted down the hall, and loaded it with the tailgate down. He came back for the screws and manual Bianca had taped to the side. "Thanks," he said. I got a quick photo of the handoff with the truck plate in the background and the cash envelope next to it. Kay and her sister arrived at 12:35 in a silver SUV. They were quiet, practical. "We're expecting in September," Kay's sister said, looking relieved to get a crib. "It's clean?" she asked. "It's been in storage 2 months," I said. "You're welcome to wipe it down." She handed me $60. I wrote it under the first line on my envelope and asked, "Do you want the mattress?" She shook her head. "We bought new." They manoeuvred the crib into the back with the hatch tied down and waved. By 1, the unit felt lighter, air moving in. I shut the door and drove the clothes to the community thrift store near the clinic. It's the one that gives you a receipt with check boxes, clothing, household items, number of bags. I counted out 8 boxes labelled clothes into their rolling bin. The volunteer, a grey-haired man with a name tag that said Ken, filled out the slip. 8 boxes clothing, no value assigned, he wrote. I signed and stuck it with the dolly receipt and the cash envelope. Back at the storage place, I swept the concrete with the short, stiff broom they keep by the carts because dust clings to everything in there. The walls echoed. I took final photos. Empty floor, clean corners, lock in my hand. The manager looked up when I slid the window open. "Closing out?" she asked. "Yes." I put the lock on the counter with the key and handed over my ID. "Can I get a closing statement?" She typed, printed something and slid it to me. It showed the account balance as 0, with a line that said, "Vacated, today's date." No refund, storage never prorates, but no new charges because it was before their next cycle. I tucked it in with the others. In my car, I lined everything up on the passenger seat. Dolly rental, $19, thrift donation receipt, the closing statement, and the envelope with $210 in cash. I took a photo and then opened Wilson Tham. "Storage closed," I typed. "Receipts attached." I've offset what I could. I added the photos. I sat and watched the blue checks pop under each image. The typing bubble appeared next to Bianca's name before the first photo finished sending. Then came a voice message. I played it on low. "You sold my baby's crib? Are you kidding me, Penny? You're heartless. Who does that to family?" Her voice was high and breathless. Another voice message. "You are obsessed with being right. You stole from me." Stole. The messages rolled in for 2 full minutes. She posted a screenshot on her story, my photo of the empty unit with, "This is what my sister did," in a block font and a crying emoji. Notifications buzzed. I turned them off. Mum called. I let it go to voicemail, then called back because letting it sit makes it worse. She answered on the first ring. "Penny," she said, already crying. "Can you just apologise so we can get back to normal? She's very upset." "It was the baby's crib. I gave her 10 days with 3 windows," I said. "Twice. I went last night. She texted at 7:59 that she couldn't come. I can't keep paying and waiting." I know, Mom said, "but she's fragile right now." "I'm not attacking her," I said. I closed a storage unit that was in my name. I sold 2 items to offset a bill. I donated clothes she labelled as clothes. Everything else is gone from my responsibility. Silence. I could hear Dad somewhere in the background, a sports game low on the TV. Mum sniffed. "I just want us to be okay." "I do too," I said. "But I'm done storing what doesn't belong to me." When I hung up, I drove the dolly back to the office and slid it through the window. The manager smiled like people who work around other people's messes learn to do. "All set," she said. "All set," I repeated, and meant it in the way you mean it when you've already decided what the next step is. Bianca didn't stop with the voice messages. By late afternoon, she posted a black screen with white text, "Some people will steal from you and call it helping." Mum put a sad face under it. Zoe texted me separately. "You okay?" I sent back, "I'm fine. It's closed." She replied with a heart and proud of you. At 6, I walked up the stairs over the florist with a paper bag of takeout and the envelope of cash in my tote. I set the envelope on my table, wrote deposit on it, and tallied the numbers on a sticky note. Storage, $801. Sold, 200 tendons. Net. 590 on. I took a picture of that too. The clinic was steady the next morning. I was checking in a couple for a blood pressure follow-up when my phone buzzed in the drawer with Bianca's name lighting up again. I let it buzz. After the morning rush, Natasha leaned on the counter with her mug. "You look like you slept next to a lawnmower," she said. I told her the short version: 25 boxes, treadmill, crib, 1 week, 2 months of bills, the 10-day countdown, 7:59 p.m, day 11. Her eyebrows climbed with each piece. "You closed it?" she asked. "I closed it. Sold the treadmill and crib for $210. Donated the clothes. Kept every receipt." Natasha blew out through her cheeks. "Small claims," she said, like she was pointing out the obvious. "You've got dates, screenshots, invoices. You tried to mitigate." "This is literally what that court is for." "I hate fighting," I said. "This isn't a fight," she said. "It's a receipt with a stamp. Do you want to get coffee after and I'll help you print?" We stayed late. At 5:30, the clinic was empty except for the janitor humming down the hall. I logged into the storage portal and pulled everything: the lease, the monthly invoices, the closing statement. I airdropped my photo of the unit before and after, the dolly receipt, the thrift donation slip. I scrolled up in the family chat and saved every relevant message: Bianca's 1-week selfie, my 10-day post with dates and windows, her LOL dramatic "I'm slammed" hearts, my headed there at 6, the 7:59 text: "Can't tonight, maybe next week." Natasha stood by the printer, catching pages as they slid out. "Make a simple timeline," she said. "Date, event, proof. May 3. She dropped off, said a week, selfie. May 3's, storage lease in your name, copy. May, June, fees, statements. July furnish, cookout if you want to include that, but it's fluff. July X, 10-day notice, just a screenshot. Day 10, no-show, just a screenshot. Day 11, mitigation, photos, sales receipts, donation receipt, closing, statement, I typed while she talked. When I got to the total, I put amount claimed, $591, storage fees, $801 minus $210, recovered. I paused at the dolly. The dolly was 19, I said. "Do I add it?" Natasha shook her head. "It was your choice to move things to mitigate. Judges like that you tried, but they don't always give you your gas money. Keep the receipt. Ask if they'll include costs. Worst they say is no." I slid everything into a manila folder and labelled it Wilson v. Wilson, because that's what the form said it would be. "It looks strange written out," Natasha noticed. "It's just paper," she said. "You're not disowning her. You're sending a bill." On my break, I deposited the $210 at the ATM and printed the receipt. I took a picture of the envelope with the deposit slip and added it to the pile. Back at the desk, a patient handed me a bag of cucumbers from her garden. "Take some," she said. I took 2 and lined them up next to the folder like they belonged there. Bianca texted again at 7:14. "You're unbelievable. You need to pay me for what you sold." I replied with one sentence. "I applied the $210 to the $801 in storage I paid. I'll be seeking the $591 difference." She fired back, long, no punctuation. "You always have to be right. This is about family, not money. You look insane suing your sister." I typed, "You had 10 days and 3 windows," and put my phone face down. At 9, Mom called. "She's still very upset," she said. "Can't you two talk?" "I'm done talking in circles," I said. "I'm going to handle it." Mum went quiet. "I don't want you two not speaking." "I don't either," I said. "But I'm not paying her bills again." After we hung up, I texted Zoe. "Do you know if Bianca actually has an address right now?" She replied, "She's at that sublet on Elm until the end of the month. Why?" I wrote, "Forms," and left it at that. She didn't press. I took the folder home and put it on the table with my keys. The rule in my head felt solid. If it can't leave with you today, it doesn't live with me. I didn't write it down yet. I didn't need to. Before bed, I sent Bianca one last message. "I'm filing for reimbursement. You'll get notice." 5 minutes later, my phone lit up. "You really want to do this?" she wrote. I turned the screen over. "Yes," I typed, and then I didn't add anything else. I filed the following Tuesday on my lunch break. The clerk's office is across from the courthouse, beige walls and a counter with a bowl of pens chained down. I asked for small claims forms. The woman behind the glass slid a packet toward me and pointed to the boxes that mattered. Defendant's name and address. Amount claimed. Basis. I wrote Bianca Wilson and the Elm Street sublet Zoe had texted me. Amount claimed, $591. Basis. Storage fees paid on her behalf after she said 1 week. 10-day notice sent with pickup windows, no-shows, mitigation by sale and donation. I clipped my timeline on top. The filing fee is $55, the clerk said. I handed over my card. The receipt printed with that dot matrix spooling sound. "Do you want us to serve by certified mail? $12. Or you can do it yourself." "Certified mail is fine," I said. I wanted a green card or a tracking number that didn't rely on me. She stamped each page, the ink thudding like a heartbeat. "You'll get a notice of the hearing date in the mail, usually 3 to 5 weeks. She stuck a sticker with the case number on my copy. It made the whole thing look official and a little absurd. My name versus my sister's name on government paper. Back at the clinic, I put the receipt behind the timeline, added the case number to the top of everything, and told Natasha in the break room. "Good," she said, like I'd finally taken out the trash. "When you get the date, block it on the schedule. I'll cover phones." 2 days later, the court letter came in my mail slot upstairs. Hearing set 4 Thursdays out at 9:30 a.m, courtroom 3. There was a note at the bottom, certified mail sent, return receipt pending. I took a photo and texted it to Bianca. "Notice mailed," I wrote. She read it, 2 blue checks, and then sent a paragraph about how humiliating I was making our family. "You're suing me? Over a couple $100? You are unbelievable." "Family doesn't take family to court," I replied with 1 sentence. "See you at the hearing." She sent 3 more in the same rhythm, hitting the same notes: loyalty, money, my supposed obsession with being right. I didn't argue. "See you at the hearing" again, and then I muted the thread for 8 hours. Dad called that night. "Hey, kiddo," he said, his voice soft like a peace offering. "I heard about all this. Maybe we can get everyone to the table and talk it out. No courts." "Your mother is tired." "I'm tired too," I said, not unkind. "The court is the table. There's a date. We'll all show up," he sighed. "It doesn't have to be this big." "It's not big," I said. "It's a receipt with a stamp." I paid $801. I recovered $210. She owes me $590. If she wants to bring the $591 to the table, great. Otherwise, we'll let the judge decide. He was quiet for a long second. "Okay," he said finally. "Okay. I want it to blow over." "It will," I said. After the hearing, he changed the subject to a baseball game and then let me go. The return receipt showed up in my mail a week later, green card with Bianca's scrawl on the signature line and a date that matched the postmark. I paper-clipped it to the front of my folder. Natasha made me do a dry run at the front desk after we closed one night. She sat in a rolling chair and pretended to be a judge. "State your name and what you're asking for," she said. "I'm Penny Wilson," I said. "I'm asking for $591, which is the storage I paid for my sister's belongings minus what I recouped by selling 2 items and donating the rest of the clothes." "Walk me through it like you're checking in a patient," she said. I did. May 3rd, she dropped off 25 boxes, a treadmill and a crib. She said 1 week. The lease was in my name. Here's the storage agreement. May and June, I paid $801 total. In early July, at a family cookout, she told people I could keep them a couple more months. That's not evidence, just context. On July, I gave the date, I sent a 10-day notice with 3 pickup windows. Screenshots here. She didn't pick a slot. On day 10, at 7:59 p.m, she texted she couldn't come. On day 11, I rented a dolly, sold the treadmill for $150 and the crib for $60, donated 8 boxes of clothes and closed the unit. Receipts and photos here. I then notified her and asked for the $591 difference. Natasha nodded. Good. Speak slow. Keep your voice the way you do on the phone. While we practiced, Bianca posted more. She went broad. A meme about betrayal, a quote about blood not always being thicker, a blurry shot of a crib in a stranger's SUV with "She sold my baby's bed" stamped over it. Mum sent me a heart in the group chat without words, like a truce flag. Jace texted separately. Let me know if you need a ride that day, I replied. I'm good, thank you. The week of the hearing, the clinic was its usual buzz. School physicals, a sprained wrist from the Summer League softball team, a man who'd never been to the doctor who needed help filling out the form. I put sticky notes on my folder tabs. Agreement, fees, notice, mitigation, total. I printed 3 sets stapled and slid them into clear sleeves so I wouldn't shuffle. The night before court, my phone lit the kitchen with Bianca's name. She dropped a message into the family chat for everyone to see. She sold my baby's crib for beer money. I set my folder on the chair by the door and taped a note to my tote. Keys folder, water. I was done arguing definitions. In the chat, I didn't answer. I put my phone face down and washed my dinner plate. The rule in my head felt calm and solid. Tomorrow, I'd say the dates and the amounts, and then I'd let the clerk say, case called. The courtroom was small and smelled like printer ink. I got there at 9:10 and sat on a wooden bench with my folder on my lap and a bottle of water by my foot. A bailiff in a navy jacket checked names against a list and told us to turn our phones off. Through the wall, you could hear the copier warming up, the same whir I hear at the clinic. At 9:27, Bianca slid in, sunglasses on her head, ponytail high. She wore a blazer like she was on her way to an interview. She didn't look at me. Traffic, she told the bailiff, loud enough, like it explained being out of breath. He nodded without caring. All rise, he said. And the judge came in with a stack of files. We sat. The judge looked younger than I expected, but had a voice with edges. We'll go in order, she said, and called a landlord-native tenant case first. It went fast. Then, Wilson versus Wilson. I stood. Bianca stood 2 rows back and came up beside me. The judge looked at her, then at the clock. We started at 9:30, she said. Please be on time. Sorry, Bianca said. Traffic. The judge nodded like she'd heard it before. State your names for the record. Penny Wilson, I said. Bianca Wilson, Bianca said, chin up. Ms. Penny, the judge said, you're the plaintiff. Tell me what you're asking for and why. Facts, not feelings. That I could do. I placed my folder on the little table between us and slid a packet forward for her and one for Bianca. I'm asking for $591, which is what I paid in storage for Bianca's belongings, minus the two $10 I recovered by selling a treadmill and a crib after she didn't pick them up. Start at the beginning, the judge said. On May 3rd, Bianca brought 25 boxes, a treadmill, and a crib to a storage unit I opened in my name because she was between leases. She said she needed 1 week. Here is the storage agreement, I said, and pointed to the copy, and the selfie she posted in our family chat that day that says 1 week. The judge flipped the first page, then the second. Go on. I paid the fees in May and June. Here are the invoices, totaling $801, including rent, insurance, tax, and a late fee. In July, I sent a 10-day notice with 3 pickup windows, Wednesday 6 to 8 p.m, Saturday 9 to 12, Sunday 2 to 4. I sent one reminder on day 5 and another on day 9. Screenshots are here. On day 10, I was at the unit from 6 to 8. At 7:59 p.m, Bianca texted, "Can't tonight, maybe next week." I slid the page with the timestamp so the judge could see it. She angled it, nodded, and looked to Bianca. Ms. Bianca, did you accept any of the pickup windows offered? Bianca's mouth opened. I'm slammed. I work. I'm not on my phone all day like she is. This was punitive. Family gives grace. She sold my baby's crib. The judge held up a hand. Do you have any message where you accepted a pickup window? Bianca scrolled her phone, tapped, and then didn't offer it. We were talking. She knows my schedule. She could have just waited. I asked for a message, the judge said. Do you have one? Bianca shook her head, small. Ms. Penny, what did you do after the defendant failed to pick up in the time you specified? On day 11, I rented a dolly for $19, sold the treadmill for $150, and the crib for $60, donated 8 boxes of clothes to a thrift store, receipt here, and closed the unit. I kept the closing statement. I moved each paper in order. My hands didn't shake the way I thought they would. The judge studied the donation slip, the closing statement, the little photo of my envelope with $210 written on it. Ms. Bianca, she said, was the storage agreement in your name? It was in hers, Bianca said quickly, because she was there. That doesn't mean she gets to sell my stuff. She gave you notice that after 10 days the storage would close, the judge said, tapping the screenshot where my first message read, 10 days. After that, storage closes. You did not accept any of the pickup windows. She mitigated her cost by selling 2 items and donating clothes. I don't see bad faith. I see someone who tried to end an obligation that was in her name. Bianca raised her voice. She loves being right. This is about control. You don't do this to family. This is small claims, the judge said. This is about receipts. Ms. Penny isn't asking for moral damages. She's asking for money she paid because you didn't perform. Bianca's sunglasses slid a little on her head. She pushed them back like that could reset her. The judge turned back to me. You're asking for $591. Are you asking for any additional costs? The filing fee was $55, and certified mail was $12, I said. If the court awards costs, dolly rental, she asked. I rented it to move the items I sold. $19, I said. If the court considers that, she made a note. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $591 plus court costs of $67. Request for dolly rental is denied. Payment to be made within 30 days. If you two need a payment plan, the clerk can provide information, but this is now a judgment. Bianca stared at the judge like she didn't understand the words. So she wins, she said, flat. It's not about winning, the judge said. It's about who owes who what. The bailiff called the next case. We stepped aside. At the clerk's desk, a woman stamped my copy. The stamp made that satisfying thud. Judgment entered, she said, without ceremony. Bianca's face went very still at that, like a mask settling. She turned toward me like she had a speech saved up. I slid my papers into my folder and didn't wait for it. I wasn't here for a speech. Outside, the sun hit the courthouse steps hard. My phone buzzed with a voicemail from work. I'd already blocked the morning, and Natasha had covered. I took the long way around the square to my car, folder under my arm, and realised I wasn't waiting for Bianca's reaction anymore. The numbers were the numbers. The court had said them out loud. I got in, started the engine, and drove back to the clinic. The clerk stamped my copy, and I walked out into the sun with the word judgment sitting heavy and clean in my folder. I drove straight to the clinic. Natasha looked up from the phone, covered the receiver, and mouthed, "Well?" I held up 2 fingers, $5.91, plus costs, with a little twist of my wrist. She grinned. "Good," she mouthed back, and went on telling a patient where to park. The family chat went quiet like after a storm. No more memes, no more block fonts. The next morning, Jace texted me separately, "Proud of you." 2 words, a period. I stared at them longer than I meant to and typed back, "Thanks." In Wilson Fam, Mum sent a single heart mid-afternoon, and then, an hour later, a photo of a recipe card. Her zucchini bread with smudges in the corner. "For anyone who wants it," she wrote. That's how she apologises. Bianca didn't write to me. She posted once, a story with a quote about forgiveness that didn't have a subject. I didn't respond. Dad called the following evening. The game was on in the background. "How'd it go?" he said, even though he knew. "It's done," I said. "Court costs too." He made a content noise. "Let it blow over," he said. "It will," I said. 2 days after the hearing, the clerk left me a voicemail. "This is regarding case number." She said Bianca had come by the window and asked for an instalment plan. "If you'd like ACH for disbursements, we can set that up," she said. I called back on my lunch break. The form was simple. Routing, account, electronic signature. The clerk explained how it works. Payments through the court portal, funds batch on Fridays, deposit to me the following week. If she misses one, call us, she said. We note it. It was odd how normal work felt with that running under it. Check-ins, insurance cards, a woman with a sprained wrist from sliding into second base. I put sticky notes back in the supply drawer and straightened the pens. Natasha set a banana on my side of the counter, a little victory banner. A week passed. The chat stayed quiet, which was its own kind of peace. Zoe sent me a photo of her cat in a laundry basket with, "Remind me never to borrow your baskets." I sent back a laughing face, and my baskets are at capacity. The first transfer hit on a Thursday morning at 9:02. I was printing a new patient packet when my banking app buzzed. Court disbursement, 100 on Woodsilon. I stared at it like it might be a typo. Then I locked my phone, handed Mrs. Cantrell a pen, and told her where to sign. On my way home that night, I stopped at the auto parts place and bought new windshield wipers. $23 and change. I slid the rest of the 100 into my rent envelope. Ordinary money doing ordinary work. I didn't tell anyone except Natasha, she said. Good. And peeled her orange over the trash can so the peel fell in one long ribbon. Keep the screenshot. In the hall closet at home, above the vacuum, I taped a strip of printer paper I wrote on in a black Sharpie. If it can't leave with you today, it doesn't live with me. I didn't make a speech about it. I just shut the door. Little Tess came and went. After a Sunday picnic, Zoe swung by to drop off my Pyrex and asked if she could leave her cooler for a couple days. I opened the closet, saw my new rule at eye level, and smiled. I love you. Not the cooler, I said. She laughed and took it back to her trunk without a flinch. At work, a nurse asked if she could stash 2 boxes of pharmaceutical samples by the desk until next week. I said, they need to leave with you today, and pointed to the cabinet we used for overflow. We found space that didn't belong to me. Mum hovered for a bit, sending photos of tomatoes and a video of Dad pretending he could juggle. No more asking me to apologise. No more, she's fragile. When I went by their house for dinner the next week, Mum slid zucchini bread into my bag and didn't say Bianca's name. Dad talked about the bullpen. We ate on paper plates. It felt like family without the choreography. Bianca stayed out of my way. The portal showed the payment posted each Friday. The deposit landed the next Thursday like clockwork. I didn't check her stories, and she didn't tag me anymore. The judgment was a line on paper and a line in my life. I kept the folder with the receipts in the top drawer of my desk with my passport and my lease. One afternoon, a patient brought in a bag of cucumbers and set them by the sign-in sheet. Take some, she said. I took 2 and texted Mom for her vinegar salad recipe. She sent back a photo of the index card with a thumbs-up sticker. Then 15 minutes later, she sent a heart with no text. I sent one back. When the second transfer hit, I didn't mark it with anything big. I folded a load of towels, I ordered printer ink, I paid the water bill. At night, I locked the front door, turned off the lamp by the couch, and didn't feel that hum in my chest that used to sit there between other people's promises and my credit card. I still keep the clinic's front desk humming. I still wipe coffee rings and learn patients by their voices. I still like a neat row of pens. I just don't carry what isn't mine to carry. The boxes are gone. The unit is closed. The rule is taped up where I see it when I reach for the broom. It's simple, and it's enough. I sleep fine.
I moved back in when my dad had surgery because it wasn't a decision, it was gravity. My name is Stephanie Foster. I'm 30, a retail shift lead who knows the difference between urgent and someone forgot to plan. My dad, Kenny, is 65 and stubborn about being fine. My mom, Margaret, is 63 and runs on coffee and worry. My sister, Kendall Green, is 33 and a new mom who expects the world to slide over and make room. Her husband, Josh, is 34 and practical when pressed. Dad's surgery was in April. He came home with a scar, a pill organizer that looked like a calendar exploded, and instructions for night meds. I moved into my old room and made a list. I paid the internet bill, $68, because I needed it for my online schedule, and he needed Netflix to nap through. I put the lawn service on my card, $40 every other week, so the city wouldn't slap a notice on the door while we were counting pills. I did dishes, took the trash out on Tuesdays and Fridays, and set my phone timer for his 10 p.m. Meds. Mom slept a little more. Kendall visited in curated bursts with the baby, camera ready, then left because the baby needed her crib at home. My shifts were all over: 6 a.m., truck unloads, midday manager meetings, closeouts that bled into midnight. I lined Dad's meds up with my schedule like Tetris. The blue pill went with the 9:45 alarm. The white one went with the Keurig warming up. If I had to close, I'd set a second timer for Mom and text her, "Blue now," with a heart she'd forget to answer. 2 weeks ago, I toured a tiny studio above a laundromat on Elm. It smelled like warm cotton and coins, and the landlord said I could hear the dryers but not the people. I put down a deposit last Thursday because I felt the ground shifting and I wanted a piece of floor that was mine. I didn't plan to use it yet. I just needed the option. This weekend, my manager sent me to another store across town for inventory. Friday morning to Sunday afternoon, hotel with scratchy towels, 6 straight hours of counting end caps and debating whether beige and stone were the same color. I texted Mom I'd be back by 4 and to save me a plate if she cooked. I pulled into their driveway at 4:18 p.m. and saw Josh's truck and Kendall's SUV. Inside, the house smelled like baby lotion and spaghetti sauce. Dad was at the table, hands folded around a mug he wasn't drinking. Mom was at the stove, stirring like the sauce could answer for her. My bedroom door was open. The quilt my grandma made was gone. In its place, a white crib, small and perfect. A plastic storage bin sat on the floor with my jeans and t-shirts rolled up like a stranger had packed them. My old lamp was on the dresser, unplugged. Kendall popped her head in like she was giving me a tour. "We saved the basement for you," she said, one hand on her hip, the other bouncing the baby in a sling. "You should be grateful, Steph. We were going to do the office." The office was Dad's recliner and a desk stacked with bills. The basement was half finished and smelled like damp concrete. Mom didn't turn around. "It's temporary," she said, too bright. "Just while Kendall and Josh are here a few weeks. You're working late anyway." Josh stood in the hall and lifted a shoulder. "It made sense," he said. "Closer for the crib, less up and down for the baby." Dad stared at his hands. He didn't say anything. I could see where the skin around his knuckles had gone thin. I looked at the crib. It was a nice crib. I wasn't going to fight with a crib. "Okay," I said, and it landed like a bowl set down quietly in the sink. Kendall blinked. "Okay?" "Yeah." I picked up the bin and slid my arms through the handles. It was light. My clothes didn't weigh much when they weren't attached to chores. "Steph," Mom said, finally turning. The spoon dripped sauce onto the stovetop. "Don't be dramatic. It's just until we catch our breath." "I'm not being dramatic," I said. "I have a place." "Since when?" Kendall snapped. "Since Thursday." I walked past Josh and down the hall. He stepped aside. On the way out, I grabbed my sneakers from under the bench and my pill timer from the counter. The 10 p.m. alarm was already set. Outside, the air had that humid early June heaviness. I put the bin in my trunk next to the tote I'd never fully unpacked from last week's shift switch scramble. I didn't slam anything. I didn't slam the door, didn't peel out, didn't weaponize noise to make a point. Josh followed me onto the porch. "You're really leaving? Right now?" "I'm not living in a basement," I said. I left a note with the internet login and the lawn guy's number on the counter. Auto pays are on my card. "For now." He nodded like he knew what "for now" meant when someone like me said it. Mom hovered in the doorway. "This is family," she said, as if family and planning were opposites. "I know," I said. That's why I've been here. Dad didn't get up. He lifted his eyes to mine as I stepped off the porch. They were wet. He shook his head once, small. I shook mine back to say it wasn't him. I drove to Elm, to the laundromat with the sign that flickered. The landlord had left the extra key in a lockbox. We'd agreed I could drop things any time. I carried the bin up the narrow stairs and set it on the clean floor. The machines hummed below like a giant sleeping animal. I still set reminders for Dad's meds, just not from their hallway anymore. The studio smelled like warm cotton and coins, and the floor was so clean my socks squeaked. I set the bin down, opened the single window to the alley, and let the hum from the dryers come up like white noise on purpose. The place was a room and a half, a narrow kitchenette with a 2-burner stovetop, a dorm fridge, a sink you couldn't fit a skillet in, and a main space big enough for a bed and a small table if I ever got either. For now, I flipped an Amazon box upside down and called it a table. The landlord had left a roll of thin trash bags under the sink. I used one as a drawer liner and slid my toothbrush into place, like that mattered. I ordered lo mein from the spot on the corner because I knew they'd have it ready in 10 minutes. While the order processed, I opened my laptop on the box and started untying the knots I'd tied for everyone. Internet first. I logged into my account. Their address still the service address, my card still the card. The app offered a cheery moving banner I hadn't clicked last week. I clicked it now and chose Stop Service. The earliest option was today. I accepted the note about equipment return within 10 days and watched the confirmation email land. Service will be deactivated within 24 hours. Close enough. I removed my card from autopay and saved the change. If they wanted a new plan, they could set up their own. Next, the lawn. I pulled up the lawn guy's text thread. He was a one-man shop who sent an invoice link every other week. I typed, "Hi, it's Stephanie. Please cancel service at Kenny and Margaret's address after this week. They'll reach out if they want to continue. Thank you for your help." He sent back a thumbs up and a, "Got it, no hard feelings." Streaming accounts were less polite. I started at the top and signed out of all devices, then changed my passwords. The profiles I'd let linger named Dad and Guest and Baby disappeared from my list. The grocery membership I'd been paying for since winter, free deliveries if you spend $35, went back to a solo plan. I removed Mom's email from the shared cart. It pinged me, "Your household has changed," like I'd kicked out a roommate. In a way, I had. The food arrived fast. I ate cross-legged on the floor with a plastic fork and 2 paper napkins, TV-less out of habit. I scrolled through my notes instead. My job runs on schedules, so do medications. I opened a blank page and wrote the only one I was willing to keep now. Tuesdays 6-8 p.m., alternate Saturdays 11-2. Underneath I added, "I'll keep Dad's 10 p.m. med reminders on my phone. If I can't be there, I'll call whoever is." Next line, "Costs split going forward. If more coverage is needed, hire help." I didn't write it to be dramatic. I wrote it because otherwise we would keep doing what we always did. Me absorbing the mess until I came apart, and they called it a phase. I texted Mom, "I'm at my place. I'll call at 10 to remind for Dad's meds. Love you." She read it. She didn't answer. Not unusual. I folded my 2 towels and put them on the wire shelf by the bathroom door. One white, one faded blue. I hung the white on the bar to make the room look like a catalog I couldn't afford. I found the little battery tea light I'd kept from Christmas and set it on the counter. Dumb but comforting. On my way to toss the takeout container, I pulled my key ring out of my bag. The house key was still there, familiar weight, sharp corners from years of using the latch as a bottle opener at cookouts. I kept it on. I wasn't giving up access. I was changing the terms. The dryers kicked from spin to cool down and the whole building gave a gentle shudder. I pictured Dad at the kitchen table, the same mug, fresh coffee he wouldn't drink. I pictured the whiteboard by the fridge with the old grocery list still ghosted underneath. I pictured Kendall sitting on the bedroom floor, folding onesies like she invented laundry. I opened the ISP email again and checked the timestamp. Within 24 hours could mean anything from an hour to morning. Either way, their account didn't have my card on it anymore. Netflix would ask to log in. The grocery app would tell them, add a payment method. The lawn would grow until someone called. I set 3 alarms, 6:50 to breathe, 6:58 because habits have muscle memory, and 10 because love is also a timer. The first 2 went off back to back, soft chimes layered over the drum of the machines below. I silenced the first, then sat on the edge of the mattress I didn't own yet, and let the second one ring once. At 6:58 p.m., I watched the little spinning wheel on my old living room TV through the memory of it. At 7, their shows froze. My phone lit up like a slot machine. The group thread jumped to the top. Kendall, are you serious right now? Kendall again. You're weaponizing Wi-Fi? Mom, is the internet out? Did the bank card get declined? I can call them. Josh. I watched the bubbles pop up and vanish. Then my phone started ringing. Kendall first. I let it go. Mom next. I let that go too because I knew if I picked up I'd either say too much or nothing useful. The lo mein carton was still on the floor next to my sneakers. The soy sauce had made a dark half moon on the napkin. Kendall. Baby just went down. We had Bluey on for 5 minutes and it kicked us out. Mom. Stephanie, is this a billing mistake? We're in the middle of dinner. Kendall. You couldn't wait until morning? Josh. Router's blinking. Do we need to reset it? I typed slower than I wanted, thumb deliberate on each word so I didn't give them room to pretend they didn't understand. I'm not living there, so I'm not paying there. I can do Tuesdays 6 to 8 and alternate Saturdays. Costs get split. Or hire help. I reread it once. No apologies, no extra. I hit send and put my phone face down on the box. The dryers below thudded into a new cycle. Someone laughed out on the street, a fast echo and a car door slam. The studio smelled like clean cotton the way a department store tries to sell you nostalgia. My chest tried to beat a hole through my t-shirt. I took a breath like my manager taught us to do before a rush, countin' 4, out 6, even though nobody here wanted my customer service voice. The phone buzzed again. I didn't look, then again. I flipped it over. Kendall. This is vindictive. Kendall. We said temporary. Mom. We have your father here. He needs rest. Josh. Okay, so what do we do right now? We have no TV. Do I need to sign up somewhere? I answered Josh because he was the only one asking a solvable question. You'll need to set up your own internet. New account. Call the ISP or do it online. It's under your name now, not mine. I canceled my card from AutoPay. 3 dots from him. Then, K. Mom called again. I let it go and texted. I'll call at 10 for Dad's meds like always. She read it. No reply. Kendall. Wow, just wow. Kendall again. After everything we've done for you. I didn't ask what everything meant. I set my phone down again and stood up. I checked the window latch, then turned the cheap blinds wand to close out the last of the pink evening light. The room went soft and artificial. I tossed the napkin and the carton, washed the fork under the faucet that sputtered once before committing. The phone rang one more time. Different ringtone. Dad. I picked up. Hi. Stephanie, he said, and made my name into an apology and a question. His voice had the rasp of too many days of too hot coffee and not enough water. I'm here, I said. I sat back down on the floor because my legs had decided the ground was safer. There was kitchen noise behind him, the scrape of a chair, Kendall talking to Mom like they were still mid-argument. I don't know what, he started, then stopped. He didn't ask about the internet. He never liked the shows they picked anyway. You coming by? Tuesday 6 to 8, I said. I kept my voice even. And I'll call at 10 for your meds tonight. He exhaled like he'd been holding it all day. Okay. A pause. Are you all right? I'm okay, I said. It was true enough. Are you comfortable? Do you have the charger for your monitor? I think so. Paper rustled. It's plugged in by the chair. The red light was on earlier. Josh said it meant charging. Good, I said. Eat something. The white pill goes with the coffee. I'll call at 10. All right, he said. Love you? Love you too. We hung up. The call timer said 1 minute, 32 seconds. I stared at that number until it went away, then opened a new note and wrote, Tuesday, meatball sub. It helped to plan something that tasted better than arguing. The phone buzzed again. Kendall, back in the group. Since you're making new rules, we need to talk about rent you never paid when you lived here. I didn't touch that. Not tonight. Not over text. I sent one more message to all of them. My schedule is above. If you need more than that, hire help. I left a brochure on the counter. I hadn't left a brochure, not yet, but I knew exactly where to pick one up in the morning at Dad's clinic. I added it to my list. I put the phone face down one more time and let the hum of the machines fill the pieces of silence my family had just carved out. A few beats later, he called again and said my name like an apology. By Monday morning, the studio felt less like a stopgap and more like a room I could exhale in. I swung by Dad's clinic on my break and grabbed a stack of brochures from the wall. Home health aid services, medication management at home, a sheet with a list of vetted agencies. I slid them into a yellow folder and put it in my tote. I didn't leave anything at the house. Not yet. At 10 that night, I called. Mom answered on the third ring, breathless like she'd sprinted, even though you can't really sprint in a kitchen. White pill with water, I said. Then the blue. I know, she said, then softened. Thank you. Dad's voice floated from the background. Hi, kiddo. Hi, I said. Sleep after, okay? He grunted something that was yes adjacent. We hung up. I put the phone face down and went to sleep to the sound of washers spinning. Tuesday, I worked a mid-shift and then drove over at 5:52. I parked on the street instead of the driveway, a small thing that made leaving easier. Inside, the baby stuff had already spread, burp cloths draped over chair backs, a stack of tiny socks by the sink like someone did laundry and lost steam. I can take Tuesday 6 to 8, I said to Mom in the doorway, and alternate Saturdays 11 to 2. That's what I can do. She nodded like she'd heard the sentence in a language she didn't speak. Okay. I refilled Dad's pill organizer for the week because he handed me the box without looking at me. I put a fresh battery in the timer and set the 10 p.m. alarm again. I didn't do dishes. I didn't wipe down the counters. At 8:03, I said goodnight and left. Kendall pulled in as I pulled out and didn't roll down her window. By Friday, the yellow city notice about the lawn, $75 for tall grass, was taped to their door like a report card. Rain had come 2 days straight. The lawn guy had texted Wednesday that he was skipping this week because the yard was too wet, and with my cancel, he took them off the route. The neighbor across the street loved the rules like they were a hobby. It added up. Mom called first, annoyed, then panicked in the same breath. There's a sticker on the door, $75, for grass. Your father cannot get a ticket right now. It's not a ticket, I said. It's a notice. You have 7 days to cut it or they'll come do it and charge you more. I kept my voice flat. I told you I canceled the lawn service. You can call him and set it back up. Or hire someone else. Costs split going forward. So you won't just... She stopped herself. I could hear her swallow. We don't have the login anymore. You don't need a login to call a lawn guy, I said. His number is on the note I left. She exhaled through her nose. I'll talk to Josh. She hung up. 10 minutes later, Josh called, not angry, just tired. Do you have the name of the guy? I texted it. Or check the city notice. Sometimes they list approved contractors. Ask for a one-time cut, then decide on a plan. Right, he said. Thanks. A pause. Internet too. I guess I need to set that up. Yeah, I said. New account in your name. You can pick up a self-install kit at their office and plug it in tonight. It's not hard. He grunted something like agreement and got off the phone. Kendall texted separate from the group. You knew it would come to this. I stared at the sentence until the letters looked like pieces. I answered what I always answered. I'll do my nights and my hours. You set up your accounts or hire help. She sent back a thumbs down emoji. I put my phone away. By dinner, the group thread dinged. Josh. Picked up modem. Internet should be on in 5. SSID is whatever they shipped it with. I'll change it later. Another ping, Mom. A man is coming to cut the grass tomorrow. $60 this time. Her last message read like a concession. Fine. I clocked out of my shift and sat in my car with the AC blasting and the yellow folder open on my lap. I took a picture of the Home Health Aid Services brochure and sent it to the thread. If you need nights covered beyond my hours, call and ask about part-time. They do Monday, Friday, and some weekends. Dad called me after 9. I answered on the first ring. Are you mad at me? He asked, voice small in a way I didn't hear when it was just us at the table and the TV low. No, I said. Truth doesn't always feel good. It still counts. I'm done being used. He didn't defend anyone. He didn't argue. He breathed in, out. Okay, he said finally. Tuesday? Tuesday, I said. We'll split a meatball sub, extra cheese. He laughed, the tiniest noise. Make it 2 napkins. At least 2, I said. We said goodnight. At 10, I called for the pills. Mom answered, less breathless. Got it, she said, like the sentence was bigger than medication. At 10:12, Kendall texted a family dinner invite for Sunday. We need to talk like adults. I added it to my calendar and underlined it twice. Not because I was excited, because a plan on paper is easier to hold than a moving target. The first week without me orbiting the house showed every gap I used to fill. Wednesday at 4:22, my phone buzzed while I was facing end caps. Kendall, baby's at 101.8. We're taking her to urgent care. Can you cover tonight? 2 dots appeared before I finished reading, then, it's just one night. I stared at the shelf until one night looked like a trick. I typed, I can do Tuesdays 6 to 8. I can't cover tonight. Call Mom or Josh. If you need more, call an aide. I added the brochure photo again because pretending not to see it was becoming a sport. She didn't answer. At 10, I called for Dad's meds. Mom picked up on the first ring, rattled. We've got it, she said too fast. I stayed on long enough to hear the pill bottle click open and Dad say, white ones in the morning. Good. After we hung up, I put my phone face down and let the washers downstairs cover the leftover adrenaline. Thursday morning before my shift, Mom called. I messed up, she said without hello. I fell asleep on the couch, your father's midnight one. The tiny yellow. I missed it. Do I give it now? No, I said. It's too late. That one's time-specific this week. It was a short course add-on the doctor had started for swelling. 7 days, including a midnight half-dose. Call the nurse line and tell them what happened. Set a timer now for tonight so you don't miss it again. I tried, she said. The stove timer beeped and I turned it off and then, I don't know. She sounded like she was trying to make herself small enough not to take up space. I'll stop by after my shift and show you something that will help, I said. I could picture exactly where the old kitchen timer was, 3 magnets and 1 missing foot. Around 5, I parked on the street and went in. The place felt off balance. New modem blinking in the corner. 2 unmatched socks on the coffee table. The monitor base plugged in but not connected to anything. Josh looked up from Dad's chair. I thought this thing would ping me if anything was wrong. he said, tapping the monitor screen with the tail end of the charging cord. It didn't last night. It can, I said. Once you set it up on the new Wi-Fi and turn on notifications. I pointed to the modem. Different network means everything needs reconnecting. The base, your app, Mom's app if she has it. Oh, he said, eyes dropping to the instruction booklet like it was a test he forgot to take. I'll do it after dinner. Do it now, I said. I kept it even. It takes 5 minutes. He got up and moved the base closer to the router. Mom came in from the hallway with the pill organizer. Can you? Yes, I said. I pulled the pill box over and set it next to my phone. We're going to make this easier. I opened the timer app and showed her how to create labeled alarms. 10 p.m. blue, midnight tiny yellow, 7 a.m. white. I set each with a name and a unique sound. Then I showed her how to leave the phone across the room, so she had to stand up to turn it off. We tested one and let it ring all the way through, until it said, "Repeat in 24 hours. What if I'm in the shower?" she asked. Then you finish your shower and you take it as soon as you're dry, I said. But you don't turn the alarm off until you have the pill in your hand. Dad watched me line the pills up on the placemat, eyes soft and awake. You always did like a system, he said. It likes me back, I said. Kendall texted me while I was at the sink washing my hands. We got home late last night. Can you just swing by more this week, until the fever's gone? No, I typed. My fingers hovered, waiting to explain. I didn't. My schedule stands. Call the aide in the photo. She answered with a single, like I'd missed part of the sentence. I put my phone away. On the way to the hall closet, I grabbed the yellow folder from my tote and left one brochure on the counter, visible, not buried under mail. These agencies have part-time options, I said to nobody in particular. Ask about evenings. I opened the closet and took the last of my sweaters off the top shelf. 2 gray, 1 navy, one that still smelled like last winter's wood smoke. There wasn't much left of me here that wasn't labor. I kept my key on my ring. I wasn't giving it back like a final performance. Access didn't mean availability. As I slid the sweaters into my tote, Dad said my name. Not a question, not a plea, just my name, clear. I looked up. I see you, he said, and I realized that's what I'd been waiting to hear. Tuesday, I said, to tether us to something. 6 to 8. Meatball sub, he said. Extra cheese, I said. 2 napkins. On my way out, Josh held up his phone. Connected, he said. The monitor app showed a green check. Notifications on. Good, I said. Make sure Kendall has it on her phone too. I will. He hesitated. I didn't know about the tiny yellow one. That's why the labels matter, I said, tapping the timer list, and why someone has to own the night they're on. Back at the studio, I logged into my bank and pulled statements. Internet, month after month of $68. Lawn, every other week, $40. Grocery deliveries I'd paid for because it was easier at 9 p.m. than arguing about who'd use the membership. Gas charges circled from late-night pharmacy runs. I printed 6 months' worth at the laundromat's little business center, fed quarters into the machine like confession. I slid everything into the yellow folder and wrote receipts on the tab with a black pen. Sunday dinner sat on my calendar like a dentist appointment. I put the folder by the door so I wouldn't forget it, set my 10 p.m. alarm, and slept to the hum of other people's clothes being spun clean below me. Sunday felt like waiting in a doctor's office. Fluorescent, too bright, nothing to do but rehearse answers. I worked the morning shift, went back to the studio, washed my face with the same bar soap I'd used since winter, and put the yellow folder in my tote. I parked on the street at 5:58 and sat for a minute with the AC on low. Then I turned it off and went in. They were already at the table, spaghetti again. Kendall had a notebook out like she was chairing a meeting. Josh had his phone face down next to his plate. Mom was at the stove, spoon in hand, stirring nothing. Dad had his hands flat on the table like he was holding it to the floor. "Thanks for coming," Kendall said, too formal. "We need to talk about family contributions." "Okay," I said. I set the yellow folder on the table and took the chair by the end, not my old spot by the fridge. Small change. It helped. Kendall slid the notebook toward me, a page torn out, numbers in her neat print. "You lived here in April and May," she said. "That's 2 months. Average room rent split would be..." She tapped a total $400 a month, so $800. "We're not counting June because you left this week. We're being generous." Mom flinched like generous stung even her. I opened my folder. I put down the stack in order. Internet bill printouts, month after month, $68. Lawn invoices every other week, $40. Grocery deliveries, highlighted lines for the cases of water, the produce for everyone, the week of canned soup. Gas receipts from 11:42 p.m. runs to the pharmacy when Dad needed a refill. A photo of the yellow city notice with 75 circled. On top, I placed a 1-page sheet I'd typed, hours covered, nights, dishes, trash, appointments. I didn't make it dramatic. Columns. Dates, start and end times. "These are contributions," I said. My voice stayed even. "These are the actual amounts I put in. I'm not asking you to pay me back. Going forward, we split costs. Here's the rotation I can do." I slid the schedule across. Tuesdays 6 to 8 p.m., alternate Saturdays 11 to 2. If you need more than that, I'll send you rates for a certified aide. Josh reached for the internet stack first, like he needed something he could recognize. "This is all you?" he asked, a little quiet. "Yes," I said. Kendall didn't look at the paper. "We have a baby," she said, as if that were currency. "You had a roof over your head." "I also had a job," I said, "and Dad's timer's on my phone, and my card tied to your comfort." Mom put the spoon down with a soft clack. "We're not saying you didn't help," she said. "We're saying it costs to live." "It does," I said. "That's why the accounts are yours now." Dad hadn't said anything. He moved his right hand off the table, slow, like he'd been bracing for impact and forgot he could stop. Kendall shoved the notebook page closer. $800 isn't even that much, Stephanie." "I'm not paying you back rent," I said, calm. "That's not what this is. Going forward, you set up your bills. We split the ones we share. We keep a rotation so nobody gets locked into nights by default." "We're already doing nights," she snapped. "Josh and I were here Tuesday." "I was here Tuesday," I said, 6 to 8. I didn't take the bait. "Who's here tonight?" Silence. The baby monitor on the counter let out a gentle hiss, white noise filling gaps. Josh cleared his throat. "We can make a schedule," he said, voice softening like he'd been warned not to say those words out loud. Kendall shot him a look. "We will not be bullied into paying for strangers when there's family." I pulled one brochure out of the folder and set it next to her plate. "They're not strangers. They're licensed. Part-time is normal. We don't need a saint. We need consistency." Mom exhaled, long. "We can't do it all." "That's why we make a plan," I said. "If the plan needs more hours than I can give, we hire help." Dad looked at me then, full. "What do you need from us?" he asked. "I need my hours to be enough," I said. "I need you to not call me at 9 p.m. to bail out a night I never agreed to. I need costs to be shared. And I need you," I looked at Kendall, "to stop moving the goalposts." Kendall flipped the notebook shut. Unbelievable. Josh picked up the grocery printout and traced the highlighted lines with his finger. "We ate all this," he said, like he'd just remembered eating it. I took a breath. "I'm not sending you a Venmo request for spaghetti. I'm saying from now on, we track it, we split it. We don't expect me to be the card behind every convenience." Silence stretched. Mom turned the stove off. The room smelled like tomato and something burning. Then Kendall's phone buzzed. a sharp, insistent tone that didn't match texts. She frowned, flipped it over. The screen lit up with an app I recognized, Dad's monitor. Low battery, she read aloud, confused. It says the transmitter is at 5%. Josh looked at the counter outlet. The baby camera's block took up both sockets with a wide plastic grin. The charger for Dad's monitor lay on the floor, unplugged. "When did you take it out?" I asked, keeping my voice level. "I needed to plug in the camera during nap," Kendall said, already defensive. "I forgot to switch it back." The app buzzed again. Low battery. 5 became 4. I stood up, reached for the cord, and plugged it in. The charging light blinked red, then steady. It needs to stay connected. The alerts only help if the device has power. Kendall's jaw clenched. It was one nap. "And now it's a low battery," I said. "This is exactly why we need a plan." I looked at Dad. His eyes were tired. Yes, but they were clear. "We're talking like adults," Kendall said, but her voice had gone high around the edges. "Good," I said. "Then let's start by writing it down." The monitor chimed one more time, then went quiet as the charge caught. Dad's hand drifted back to the table and rested there, palm open, like he could finally stop bracing. The monitor kept chirping, even after the charging light went steady. The app on Kendall's phone flashed red once more. No data for the last hour. And that was enough to knock everyone's voice up a step. "Josh," Kendall snapped, "I told you to plug it back in." "I'm literally doing it," he said, holding up the cord like proof. Mom's eyes cut to me. "You didn't have to humiliate us with papers," she said, all the breath gone from her voice. "It's not about humiliation," I said. "It's about not doing this by panic." Dad looked small in his chair, the blanket over his knees even though it was warm. The chirp stopped. The kitchen went too quiet. I pulled the pill organizer closer and popped Today open. The morning slot still had the white tablet in it, dry and rattling. I lifted it so it clicked against the plastic. "Who had this morning?" Kendall didn't look at me. "We swapped last night," she said, the words pretending to be neutral. "The baby wouldn't settle and we were here late. Mom said she had morning." Mom pressed a hand to her forehead. "I thought you were staying," she said. "You said you'd be up anyway with the baby." "I said I'd see," Kendall said, and then to me, sharp. "There's 6 of us juggling right now." "There are 4 adults," I said. "That's the problem." "No one owns the night." Kendall shoved her chair back. "Since you're here, you can just take tonight. It'll be easier." "No," I said, calm, not loud. "I'm not staying the night." Mom's spoon clattered as she set it down. "Please, Stephanie, just once." "It's never just once," I said. I took out a pen from my tote and turned to the whiteboard by the fridge. The old grocery list ghosted under the smudges. I wiped a corner clean with a paper towel and wrote in block letters, "Nights, Mon, Kendall plus Josh 2, Stephanie 6-8 only, wed, Mom Thu, Kendall plus Josh free, Mom sat, Stephanie 11-2 day. Sun, rotation, pick by Friday." Underneath, I added, 10 p.m., blue, set alarm, midnight, tiny yellow through Wednesday, set alarm, 7 a.m. White, set alarm. Do not unplug monitor, use power strip. I opened a drawer and found a roll of blue painter's tape, tore off a strip, and labeled the monitor plug. Then I plugged in a cheap power strip from the junk bin by the stairs, so the baby camera and the monitor could both live without a fight. I taped a note to the wall. "Leave both plugged in." "This is ridiculous," Kendall said, but quieter. "We're not children." "Good," I said. "Then we can follow directions." Josh took the marker out of my hand. "We'll take Monday and Thursday nights," he said, and wrote their names next to the days. He didn't look at Kendall while he did it. Mom stepped closer to the board, squinting. "What about when I'm too tired?" she asked, so small I almost missed it. Then you call by noon, and we switch, I said. Not at 9 at night when I've already said no, and if it's too much, we call the aide. I tapped the brochure on the counter. First thing tomorrow. Kendall folded her arms. We don't need a stranger in our house. You need sleep and a working plan, I said. I checked the time. The 10 p.m. pill was 2 hours away. I'll stay an hour. I'll reset the timers. Then I'm leaving. No one stopped me from sitting at the table with Dad. I poured him water and watched him take the mist white pill with a muffin because empty stomach warnings aren't a joke. I moved the alarms on Mom's phone 10 minutes earlier to give them a buffer, different tones for each. I made Josh set up the monitor app on his phone too and showed him where to turn on alerts you can't ignore. Kendall tried one more time. Just tonight, she said in the doorway. If you love him? I do love him, I said, and touched Dad's shoulder. That's why I'm leaving on a plan, not a feeling. At 8, I wrote order meatball sub, Tuesday at the bottom of the board and capped the marker. I put the folder back in my tote and stood. I'll call it 10. On the porch, Dad called after me. He used my full name, the one he saved for graduations and the time I backed into the mailbox. I'm with you, he said. Make them listen. I'm trying, I said. You are, he said. And then he smiled, tired and real. 2 napkins. Extra cheese, I said, because promises need edges. Inside, through the screen, I heard Josh say, We'll take Monday and Thursday. We'll call the aide in the morning. It's too much like this. Kendall didn't answer right away. The baby monitor hissed. The new power strip glowed a soft red. I drove back to Elm. The dryers were in their last cycle, windows fogged just enough to make the neon sign leak blue. I put my tote by the door and set the 10 p.m. Alarm on my own phone again, even though Mom's would go off now too. At 10, I called. Mom answered on the second ring and said, Blue one's done, before I could speak. I heard Josh in the background, reading the whiteboard out loud like it was a grocery list. Monday morning, the group text pinged before my shift. A new number dropped in with a contact card. Josh. This is Caroline Lucas, home health aide. Starting Thursday, 4 to 10 p.m. Kendall followed with a single line I didn't expect. We'll cover Monday and Thursday nights until then. Mom sent, thank you. Dad didn't text. He didn't need to. I had a plan and a whiteboard and a key. That was enough. Caroline showed up on Thursday at 3:55 with a clipboard and a canvas tote. She knocked like a neighbor, not a nurse, and said everyone's names twice. First to us, then into her notes so she'd spell them right. She looked at the whiteboard, at the power strip with 2 labeled plugs, and nodded like she approved. Med schedule? She asked. I slid the pill organizer over. Blue at 10, white in the morning, tiny yellow was midnight through yesterday. That one's done. Perfect, she said, and wrote, blue, 10 p.m., in tidy letters on a new index card. I'll do the 10 tonight before I go. After that, timers hold the rest. She talked to Mom in the doorway, gentle like she was smoothing a sheet. You're going to sleep when I'm here, she said. Not laundry, not dishes, sleep. Set your phone to do not disturb except alarms. I'll wake you if we need you. Mom almost cried at the word permission, but she swallowed it and nodded. Okay. Josh hung back near the router, like electronics were a safe zone. What do you need from us? He asked. Consistency, Caroline said. Whose night is it each night, written where everyone can see it? One person owns it. Swap by noon if you have to. Not at 9. She tapped the board. This is good. Kendall didn't look at me for once. She looked at Caroline like she might be useful. Do you cook? She asked, half a challenge. I can heat, I can plate, I can make sure people eat, Caroline said, no ego. I'm here 4 to 10. I can do a load of towels. I can tidy. I'm not a housekeeper. I'm here to make sure meds happen and evenings don't edge into chaos. Dad lifted a hand. That last part, he said, and the tiny smile he gave her made the house exhale by 2 degrees. I left at 6 because it was Thursday and not my night. On the way out, Caroline stepped toward me. "If you want me to loop you on schedule changes, I can," she said. "Loop, Mom," I said. "My hours are Tuesdays 6 to 8 and alternate Saturdays 11 to 2. "Got it," she said, and didn't push. Bless her. The rebalancing didn't look dramatic. It looked like Josh texting, "Paid lawn guy $60, scheduled every other Friday," on my card. It looked like Mom sending, "Internet autopay setup," followed by a screenshot with her name on the account. It looked like Kendall asking, "Do you still have the grocery list app? Or should we start fresh?" And me replying, "Start fresh, share it with Josh." No emoji. Tuesday, I brought the meatball sub. We split it at the kitchen table. Dad meticulous about equal halves, extra cheese, 2 napkins. The baby cried down the hall, and Kendall walked past us to get her without looking in. The crib in my old room stayed a crib. Not a provocation, not my problem. 2 napkins, Dad said, like we'd invented a private ritual. "At least," I said. I set his half by the water glass I knew he'd ignore. He ate. I watched him eat. That's a kind of love no one writes on a board. Caroline settled in fast. She labeled the chargers. She put a small basket by the chair for the monitor so it didn't migrate. She wrote "Blue, 10 p.m. on the index card and taped it to the cabinet next to the mugs where Mom would see it when she reached for decaf. She didn't talk like a savior. She moved like a hinge that didn't squeak. By the weekend, the whiteboard had names next to every night. Monday, Kendall plus Josh. Tuesday, my hours and then Caroline until 10. Wednesday, Mom with a big star and a note under it. Call to swap by noon if needed. Thursday, Caroline. Friday, Mom. Saturday, me, 11 to 2, then whoever owned the evening. Sunday, pick by Friday. It wasn't perfect. Kendall tried to slide an extra, "Maybe Steph can stop by," on a Thursday, but Josh crossed it out and wrote, "We've got it." The part of me that had prepared for that fight unclenched. A week in, Mom called me during my 15-minute break. The machines were loud. I stepped into the alley anyway. "I'm sorry," she said, not dressed up, not rehearsed. "We were wrong about the room. About the money. About everything we put on you because you didn't complain." I leaned against the brick and watched steam curl from the laundromat vents. "Thank you," I said, "because forgiveness doesn't have to be flowery to count." "We'll keep the rotation," she said. "Caroline's a gift." "Keep your phone across the room," I said, "because I can only be myself." She laughed a little. I do now. On my next Saturday, Kendall handed me the baby as I walked in, then caught herself and pulled back. "Sorry, habit," she said. She settled the baby in a bouncer and picked up a grocery bag instead. "We got the wrong sauce. We'll live." It came out like a joke. I let it be one. We didn't talk about back rent again. No one slid the notebook across the table. If they thought it, they swallowed it. What made it feel finished wasn't winning. It was the absence of another bill with my name as the quiet default. Back at the studio, I kept my key on the ring and my schedule on the wall. On Tuesdays, I walked up the narrow stairs after the sub and the pills and the quiet ride home, and the hum of dryers felt like permission again. I set my alarms. I folded my 2 towels. I sat on the edge of the bed I finally bought and checked my own streaming login, just mine. The next time, 7 p.m. Came around, my screen didn't freeze, and neither did I.
My parents have always had a favourite child, and it wasn't me. This isn't some angsty teenage complaint. It's a fact, established over 3 decades of carefully documented evidence. For my 10th birthday, they gave me a remote control monster truck. It was bright red, had massive tyres, and was exactly what my 12-year-old brother Devin had been begging for. When I looked at them, confused, my mother just smiled her placid smile and said, We thought you two could share." Devin did not share. I'm Rosalind. I'm 32, and I've spent my entire life as an afterthought. While Devin's football trophies lined the mantelpiece, my academic awards were kept in a box in my closet. When it came time for college, my parents sat me down and explained that money was tight, that I'd have to rely on scholarships and loans. 2 years later, they took out a second mortgage to help Devin with a down payment on his first house. Every success I've had, my degree, my career in marketing, the life my husband Lionel and I have built, has been entirely my own, achieved not just without their help, but in spite of their indifference. Last week, I got the promotion I've been working toward for 3 years, Senior Vice President. It came with a corner office, a team of 20, and a bonus that made my eyes water. Lionel, my husband of 5 years, popped a bottle of champagne that cost more than my first car. "We have to celebrate," he said, kissing me. "Properly. I'm talking white sand, blue water, and someone bringing us drinks with little umbrellas in them." The idea took root instantly. A real luxurious, no expenses spared vacation. And for the first time, I felt a flicker of hope. Maybe this was it. Maybe an achievement this big, this undeniable, would finally be enough to earn their pride. Maybe a grand gesture, a gift of pure generosity, could reset the dynamic. So with my laptop open to the stunning website of the Mirador Azure Resort in St. Lucia, I decided to call them. I wanted to do something for them, to thank them in a way that felt meaningful. "Mom," I said, my voice bright, "I have some amazing news." I told her about the promotion. Her reaction was lukewarm, as expected. "Oh, that's nice, dear. You've always been such a hard worker." It was the same tone she used when I told her I'd learned to tie my shoes. "To celebrate," I pushed on, ignoring the familiar sting, "I want to take you and Dad on a vacation, all expenses paid. A week in St. Lucia, at a 5-star resort. My treat." There was a pause on the other end of the line. I could hear my dad, Donald, murmuring something in the background. Then Mum's voice came back, laced with a syrupy sweetness that always set my teeth on edge. "Rosalind, that is so thoughtful, but, well, it just wouldn't feel like a real family vacation without Devin, would it?" My smile froze. I stared at the picture on my screen, an infinity pool blending seamlessly into the Caribbean Sea. "And Amara, of course," she continued, her voice gaining momentum. "And the children. You know how much Max, Mia and Milena would love the beach. It's just so hard for Devin and Amara to afford a trip like that with 3 little ones." You understand? I didn't understand. I understood that my gift, a celebration of my success, was being hijacked in real time. It was no longer about me. It was about making things easier for Devin, the golden child, who at 34 still needed his parents to run interference for him. The request was so audacious, so deeply rooted in their lifelong pattern of favoritism, that I almost laughed. They wanted me to pay for my brother, his wife, and their 3 chaotic children to come on the vacation I was gifting. My parents. To celebrate my achievement. Lionel, sensing the shift in the room, walked over and put a hand on my shoulder. He raised a questioning eyebrow. I gave him a tiny, almost imperceptible shake of my head. "Mum," I said, my voice tight, "that's a lot more people." "Oh, but it would be so wonderful," she chirped, completely oblivious. "All of us together. A proper family trip. It's the fair thing to do, isn't it? To include everyone? Fairness." The word hung in the air between us, thick with irony. For years I had begged for fairness. I had pleaded for an ounce of the attention, the support, the financial and backing they gave Devin without a second thought. And now she was using that word against me. Something inside me didn't just break, it hardened. It crystallized into a cold, sharp point. I looked at the shimmering pool on the screen, then at my own reflection in the dark glass. The hurt was still there, but it was being rapidly overtaken by a slow-burning fury. I forced a smile I knew she couldn't see. "You're right, Mom. Of course. The whole family should come." The relief in her voice was sickening. "Oh, wonderful! I'll call Devin right now. He'll be thrilled." We said our goodbyes, and I hung up the phone, placing it gently back on the table. The silence in the apartment was absolute. Leonel squeezed my shoulder. "You don't have to do this, Roz," he said softly. I didn't look at him. I just stared at the booking page, at the perfect, serene image of a paradise I had earned. A paradise they were about to invade. "Fine," I whispered to the empty room. "If fairness is what they want, I'll make sure they get exactly what they've earned." The fury didn't fade. It settled into a cold, methodical calm. Leonel watched me as I turned back to my laptop, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. I clicked off the Mirador Azure booking page and opened a new tab, then another. "What are you doing?" he asked, his voice gentle. "I'm planning a family vacation," I said, my voice flat. "A fair one." For the next hour, I worked. First, I booked 2 oceanfront suites at the Mirador Azure for the first week of August. One for me and Leonel, and one for my best friend Samantha, who I planned to invite for part of the trip. I paid for the flights, first class, non-stop. I arranged for a private car service from the airport. I pre-booked a couple's massage at the resort's award-winning spa. Then I opened the other tab. A quick search for budget-friendly hotels St. Lucia yielded a list of places that made my skin crawl. I found the perfect one, the Sea Breeze Inn. The photos were grainy, the colours washed out. Reviews mentioned rustic charm and a persistent scent of bleach and regret. The amenities list included complimentary Wi-Fi, lobby only, and an eco-breakfast. Perfect. I booked 3 rooms, one for my parents, one for Devon and Amara, and one for their 3 children, Max, Mia and Milena. Then I booked their flights, economy, with a 3-hour layover in Atlanta. Leonel leaned over my shoulder, reading the confirmation email for the Sea Breeze Inn. He let out a low whistle. "Roz!" "This is elaborate." "They wanted to be included," I said, clicking confirm on a budget shuttle bus service that promised to get them from the airport to their hotel, eventually. He sat on the arm of the couch, looking at me, not with judgment, but with genuine concern. "Are you sure about this? Once you do this, there's no going back. This is a declaration of war." "No," I corrected him. "This is a balancing of the books. For 32 years, I've been the understanding one. I've been expected to be happy with less so Devon could have more. Now they're all going to get a taste of what my side of the ledger has felt like." I looked up at him, my eyes pleading for him to get it. He's right. This is war. But they started it decades ago. I'm just choosing the battlefield. He was quiet for a long moment, then a slow smile spread across his face. He shook his head, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. "Okay, I'm in." "But you're handling all communication with your mother." "Deal," I said, feeling a wave of relief. Over the next week, I finalised the plans. I created a group chat and laid out the ground rules, framing them as logistical necessities. To make things easier for a group of 9, I wrote, "I've booked everyone's flights and accommodations separately. It's just too complicated to coordinate otherwise. We'll all arrive on the same day and can meet up for dinner." No one questioned it. Why would they? They were getting a free vacation. A few days later, my mother called, her voice buzzing with excitement. "I just wanted to check in, dear. Devon and Amara are so grateful. They were saying how expensive things are with the kids, you know. I'm not sure you can really appreciate that, not having any of your own." I gripped the phone tighter, my knuckles turning white. The casual, condescending jab landed exactly as she'd intended. The implication was clear. My money, my success, was unearned in some fundamental way because I didn't have the burden of children. Unlike her precious son, who apparently deserved a handout for successfully procreating. "It's really no problem, Mom," I said, my voice as smooth as glass. "I'm happy to do it. I want everyone to have a wonderful time." "You are just so gracious, Rosalind," she gushed, "taking on all this extra expense for your brother. It shows such maturity." I could feel the smile spreading across my face, cold and sharp. It was the kind of smile that doesn't reach your eyes. I wanted her to remember this conversation. I wanted her to replay the word gracious in her head while she was staring at a water-stained ceiling, listening to her grandchildren scream in the room next door. She thanked me for being so gracious. I smiled sweetly. I wanted her to choke on that smug gratitude. The weeks leading up to the trip were a masterclass in compartmentalization. To my family, I was the gracious, organised daughter, sending out packing tips and a loose itinerary. To Leonil, I was a woman possessed, checking flight statuses and triple confirming the shuttle bus from hell. The day finally came. Our flight was smooth, filled with champagne and warm nuts. As we descended into St. Lucia, the island emerged from the clouds like a green jewel in a turquoise sea. A man holding a sign with Riley on it met us just outside baggage claim. He took our luggage, handed us chilled bottles of water, and led us to a black luxury sedan with cool leather seats. "Welcome to the Mirador Azure," the driver said, as we pulled up to a grand open-air entrance 20 minutes later. Valets swarmed the car. A woman with a brilliant smile greeted us with 2 flutes of champagne and cool, lavender-scented towels. Our suite was on the top floor. A wall of glass opened onto a private balcony with an uninterrupted view of the ocean. A bottle of rum and a platter of tropical fruit sat on the coffee table. It was paradise. "They should be landing any minute," Lionel said, coming to stand behind me on the balcony. He wrapped his arms around my waist. "You ready for this?" I leaned back against him, taking a sip of champagne. I'd been ready for 32 years. I pictured their arrival. The 7 of them, exhausted from a long travel day with 3 cranky children, crammed into a stuffy shuttle bus with no air conditioning. I imagined them pulling up not to a grand entrance, but to a faded 2-story building with a peeling paint job and a flickering neon sign that read "Sea Breeze Inn." My phone rang an hour later, exactly on schedule. It was my mother. "Rosalind?" Her voice was thin, trembling with a mixture of confusion and fury. I could hear my niece, Mia, whining in the background. "There's been a terrible mistake." I put the phone on speaker and set it on the table, taking another calm sip of my drink. Lionel watched me, his expression unreadable. "What's wrong, Mom?" I asked, feigning concern. "This place. This motel. It's dreadful." The man at the desk was rude. "The carpet is stained and our room smells like mildew. Devon's room has a crack right down the window. This can't be right." "Where are you?" "We're at our hotel," I said simply. "Well, what's it called?" "We'll get a taxi and come there. The driver must have brought us to the wrong place." "He didn't, Mum. You're at the Sea Breeze Inn. That's where I booked you." The silence on the other end was profound. I could feel her processing it, the disbelief curdling into outrage. "What are you talking about?" she finally sputtered. "Why would you put your family in a place like this?" "Why aren't you here with us?" This was it. The moment I had been planning for. I let the question hang in the air, savouring it. "I booked our accommodations based on our respective budgets," I said, my voice even and cool. "Or, to be more accurate, based on the investment you and Dad have made in each of us over the years. I got the 5-star, all-inclusive luxury experience. Devon got the reliable, budget-friendly option you always said was good enough for me." It seemed like the fairest way to do it. Her breath hitched. "That is the most hateful, cruel thing I have ever heard." "Is it?" I countered. "You told me this was about fairness, about including everyone. I've included everyone. We're all on the same island, enjoying the same sunshine." "Relax, Mom," I said, a serene smile on my face as I gazed out at the perfect azure water. "You asked for family equality. It's hard to be more equal than this." I ended the call and placed the phone face down on the table. Leonel was looking at me, a mixture of awe and apprehension in his eyes. "Well," he said, breaking the silence. "The first shot has been fired." "This was just the warning shot," I replied, feeling a strange, hollow victory. An hour of silence from their end was followed by a barrage of texts in the group chat, mostly from Amara, complaining about the lack of air conditioning and the questionable state of the complimentary crib they'd been given for 3-year-old Milena. I ignored them. Instead, I sent a single cheerful message to the group. "Hope everyone is settling in. I made a dinner reservation for us at 7:30 p.m. at Azure, the restaurant here at our resort. Can't wait to see you all." I knew for a fact that Azure had a strict resort casual dress code and an even stricter guests-only policy. Lionel and I spent the rest of the afternoon by the infinity pool, sipping cocktails. At 7, we went back to our suite to change. I put on a simple but elegant white linen dress, and Lionel wore chinos and a crisp button-down shirt. We looked relaxed, refreshed, and wealthy. We were seated at a prime table on the terrace overlooking the ocean as the sun began to set, when I saw them. The whole chaotic 8 of them. They weren't walking so much as trudging up the long, landscaped path to the restaurant entrance. My parents looked exhausted. Devin's polo shirt was already showing sweat stains at the collar. Amara was trying to wrangle her two, Max and Mia, while my cousin juggled a fussy Milena on her hip. They were a tableau of misery. We watched as a poised hostess in a navy blue dress stepped forward to greet them. I couldn't hear the exchange, but I could see it unfold. The hostess's polite smile never wavered as she gestured vaguely at their shorts and t-shirts. Devin started to argue, his face turning red. My mother wrung her hands. I let it go on for another 30 seconds before I stood up, dabbing my lips with my napkin. "Oh my goodness," I said to Lionel, loud enough for the nearby tables to hear. "It looks like they're having some trouble." I walked over, my face a perfect mask of concerned surprise. "Is everything all right?" "They won't let us in," Amara hissed, gesturing at the hostess. "She's saying there's a dress code, and that we aren't guests." I turned to the hostess, my expression full of bewildered apology. "Oh, I am so sorry. I'm Rosalind. This is my family. I made the reservation. I had no idea about the policy. I should have checked." The hostess gave me a sympathetic look. "I'm very sorry, Mom, but our policy is firm." My mother looked like she was about to cry. "So what are we supposed to do? The children are starving." I pretended to think for a moment. "Don't worry, I have a backup plan. There's a little local place not too far from here that I read about online. It's supposed to be very authentic. A seafood buffet. We can all go there." Defeated, they had no choice but to agree. We took 2 separate cabs to Captain Jack's Crab Shack, a loud, brightly lit tourist trap with plastic red and white checkered tablecloths that were sticky to the touch. The air hung heavy with the overwhelming smell of fried fish and disinfectant. We found a long table and began the awkward process of getting food. My nieces and nephews, overtired and overstimulated, ran wild, bumping into other patrons. My father was silent, methodically eating a plate of fried shrimp. My mother just pushed food around her plate. Finally, Amara couldn't take it anymore. She set her fork down with a clatter. "I just don't understand this, Rosalind," she said, her voice dripping with false sweetness. "This clear division. You and Lionel are in some palace and the rest of us are in a hovel. Now we're eating here. It feels pointed." I took a slow sip of my water, meeting her gaze. "I'm just applying the lessons Mom and Dad taught me my whole life," I said calmly. "You have to earn your upgrades." The table fell silent. Amara's jaw tightened. My mother stared down at her plate. Devin threw his napkin down on his half-eaten food. "You're doing this on purpose," he muttered, his voice low and venomous. I looked at my brother, the golden child, the one for whom the world had always been made easy. I didn't smile. I didn't frown. I just held his gaze, and I didn't deny it. The next morning, Lionel and I were having coffee on our balcony, watching sailboats drift across the impossibly blue water. The tension from the night before felt a world away. Then my phone buzzed. It was a text from the front desk. "Good morning. A woman named Meredith is in the lobby asking for Rosalind. Shall we send her up?" I showed the text to Lionel. He raised an eyebrow. "The Queen is leaving her castle." "No, thank you," I typed back. "Please let her know. I'll meet her at the lobby cafe in 10 minutes. I was not letting her into my sanctuary. This would happen on my turf, but on neutral ground. I found her sitting at a small table, clutching her purse in her lap. She looked smaller here, swallowed by the high ceilings and elegant decor of the resort. I ordered an iced tea from a passing waiter and sat down opposite her. "This has to stop, Rosalind," she began, forgoing any pleasantries. "You are being deliberately unkind, and it's tearing this family apart." "Unkind?" I repeated, the word tasting like ash in my mouth. "Let's talk about unkind, Mum." And then I laid it all out. I didn't raise my voice. I spoke calmly, methodically, as if I were presenting a quarterly report. When I was 10, you gave me a monster truck for my birthday because Devin wanted it. When I won the state science fair, you missed the ceremony to take Devin to a football scrimmage. You and Dad told me there was no money for my college tuition. Then 2 years later, you co-signed a loan for Devin's brand new SUV because his old one was unreliable. For my entire life, my needs have been secondary. My accomplishments have been footnotes. I wasn't being treated as a daughter. I was being treated as a line item that could be deferred indefinitely. Her face paled. That's not true. We've always loved you both equally. No, I said, leaning forward. You loved Devin and you expected me to understand. There's a difference. The confrontation was becoming emotional, but the emotion was all hers. Tears welled in her eyes, the familiar weapon of maternal guilt. But for the first time in my life, it had no effect on me. Just then my father, who must have been hovering near the entrance, walked over. He looked tired, older than his 60 years. He put a hand on my mother's shoulder. Meredith, he said, his voice quiet but clear. She has a point. We weren't always fair. It was the first time I had ever heard him say it. The first time he had ever taken my side in anything. The admission, however tentative, hung in the air between us, a shocking crack in their united front. My mother looked at him, betrayed. Then she turned back to me, her expression crumbling into a desperate, ugly truth. I always assumed you could handle it, she confessed, her voice cracking. You were so strong, so independent. You didn't need us the way he did. Devin always needed more care. I thought you could handle being second. There it was. The entire toxic dynamic of our family laid bare in one pathetic sentence. I wasn't their daughter. I was their shock absorber. I was the strong one, so I was expected to bear the weight of their neglect quietly. I stood up, my chair scraping softly against the stone floor. I looked at my watch. My massage is in 5 minutes, I said, my voice devoid of any emotion. I picked up my room key from the table. My mother stared at me, her mouth agape, as if she couldn't comprehend that I was simply leaving. You gave me silence every time I cried for fairness, I told her, my voice low. Consider this trip my version of silence. The massage was glorious. An hour of hot stones and scented oils managed to undo knots I didn't even know I had. I walked out of the spa feeling lighter than I had in years, wrapped in a plush robe and a state of blissful detachment. I was heading back toward the pool when Lionel met me, a grim look on his face. Trouble in paradise? I asked, only half joking. You could say that, he said, handing me a glass of iced water. There was an incident on the beach about 30 minutes ago. He explained that while my parents were trying to rest by the Seabreeze Inn's sad little pool, Amara had decided to take the kids for a walk. They'd wandered down the public shoreline until they reached the edge of our resort's private beach, a pristine stretch of white sand dotted with cabanas and attended by staff. Ignoring the discreet signs, they'd marched right in. Max and Mia started trying to commandeer another family's sandcastle toys, Leonel recounted, having watched the whole thing from our balcony. It got loud. Guests were complaining. Security came over. Oh God, did they make a scene? Security was incredibly polite, he said, but firm. They explained it was a private area for guests only, and politely escorted them back to the public access point. Amara was livid. Of course she was. Entitlement was her native language. Being told no was a declaration of war. It gets better, Lionel continued. I took a walk down there a few minutes ago. She's gathered an audience by their motel pool, a few other disgruntled-looking families. She's holding court, painting you as the evil, snobby sister who is deliberately torturing her family. I sighed, the bliss from my massage evaporating. Let her. It's not like I'm running for mayor of the Seabreeze Inn. There's something else you should know, he said, his voice dropping. Your dad pulled me aside while it was happening. He looked ashamed. He told me that Devin and Amara were supposed to take him and your mum to Florida last year. They planned the whole thing, then cancelled 2 weeks before, saying they couldn't afford it after all. Your parents were devastated. The hypocrisy was so potent it almost made me laugh. They couldn't afford to take my parents on a modest vacation, but they felt entitled to a luxury one on my dime. Okay, I said, a new resolve hardening in my voice. Okay. I pulled out my phone and scrolled to Samantha's name. She answered on the second ring. Tell me you're not calling to gloat while I'm stuck in a budget meeting, she said. Even better, I replied, a wide smile spreading across my face. How would you like to get on a plane tomorrow and join me for a long spa weekend? My treat. There was a beat of stunned silence. Are you serious? Completely. I have a suite with your name on it. I'll text you the flight details. After I hung up, Lionel shook his head. You're really leaning into the villain role, aren't you? Amara wants to paint me as a snob who excludes her family, I said. Fine. I'll be a snob who includes her friends. Later that evening, after a fantastic dinner Lionel and I had at a small French bistro in town, I was walking along the path that separated the resort from the public road. I needed a moment alone, the sea breeze cool on my skin. I heard footsteps behind me and turned to see Devin. His face was a thundercloud in the dim evening light. He stopped a few feet away from me, his hands shoved in his pockets. You think you're so clever, don't you? He said, his voice tight with resentment. I have no idea what you're talking about, I said coolly. This whole trip, humiliating Mom and Dad, making Amara and the kids feel like garbage. You're enjoying this. I'm enjoying the vacation I paid for, I corrected him. What you're feeling is just a side effect. He took a step closer, his jaw clenched. For a second I thought he might actually yell, might finally unleash the temper he'd always been allowed to have. But instead, his voice dropped to a low, cutting whisper. You know, I'm glad this is happening, he sneered. I'm glad Dad finally sees what you are. Devin's words echoed in my mind for the rest of the night. I'm glad Dad finally sees what you are. He thought my father's flicker of support was a condemnation of me, not of their decades of favouritism. The delusion was breathtaking. It only strengthened my resolve for the final act. Samantha's arrival the next day was a breath of fresh air. She stepped out of her private car, took one look at the resort, and let out a long, appreciative whistle. Okay, so when you said you were having family drama, I didn't realise the drama came with 5-star amenities. We spent a day and a half in a bubble of luxury, spa treatments, poolside cocktails, and her hilarious commentary on the texts I showed her from the family group chat. For our last night, I arranged the final dinner. Not at our resort, and not at some neutral third party. I booked a large table at the Seabreeze Inn's Tiki Lounge. The place was even more depressing than I'd imagined. It was a covered patio next to the murky pool, decorated with faded plastic leis and tiki torches that weren't lit. The air was thick with the scent of chlorine and bug spray. Lionel, Samantha and I arrived looking deliberately out of place. I wore a black silk jumpsuit, Lionel was in a linen blazer, and Samantha wore a chic cocktail dress. I placed a bottle of vintage Cabernet I had sent over from our resort's wine cellar in the centre of the sticky plastic table. The rest of the family was already there, looking rumpled and weary. My mother's eyes widened slightly at our attire, a flicker of resentment crossing her face before she smoothed it over with a strained smile. Dinner was a tense affair, punctuated by the kids whining and the sad tinny sound of steel drum music coming from a single speaker in the corner. As the plates were being cleared, my mother stood up, tapping her water glass with a fork. The sound was dull and anticlimactic. I just wanted to say a few words, she began, her voice overly bright. To thank Rosalind for this family vacation. It's been so wonderful to have everyone together. And while it might have had its little surprises, I know her heart was in the right place. Her generosity, bringing all of us here, is something we should all be grateful for. Every word was a passive-aggressive jab wrapped in a compliment. She was trying to reclaim the narrative, to paint me as the well-intentioned but misguided daughter, and them as the gracious, long-suffering family. I let her finish. I waited for the smattering of awkward applause to die down. Then I stood up. Thank you, Mum, I said, my voice calm and clear, carrying easily across the patio. I'm glad you brought up generosity, because I've been thinking about it a lot this week. I looked around the table, meeting each of their eyes. Devin was glaring at me. Amara was whispering something to him. My father was staring at his hands. For my entire life, I have been asked to be the generous one. I was expected to generously share my birthday gifts. I was expected to generously understand that there was no money for my college, but plenty for Devon's down payment. I was expected to generously accept being the second choice, the afterthought, the one who could handle it. I picked up the bottle of wine. This is $100 bottle of wine. I can buy it without thinking twice. Not because I didn't have the burden of children, Mom, but because I had the burden of paying for my own life every single step of the way. You didn't invest in me, so I learned to invest in myself. My mother's face was ashen. This trip, I continued, my voice never wavering, is a reflection of the life you gave me. The Mirador Azure is the life I built for myself. The Seabreeze Inn is the life you told me was good enough for me. You showed me I'd never be your favourite. I just made peace with it louder than you're used to hearing. The silence that followed was absolute. It was broken by a choked sob. My father had his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking. Devon shoved his chair back violently and stood up. Without a word, he turned and walked out of the tiki lounge, Amara scrambling to gather the kids and follow him. My mother just stared at me, her eyes wide with a horror that had finally broken through her denial. I looked at her, the woman who had demanded fairness, and then recoiled from its perfect, brutal reflection. "I did all this for you," I said softly, just for her to hear. "And as usual, you hated the gift because it wasn't wrapped in Devon. We didn't see them again." The next morning, Samantha, Leonel and I had a leisurely breakfast on the terrace before our private car arrived to take us to the airport. Our flight home was as peaceful as the one coming in. There was no triumphant celebration, just a quiet, shared understanding. The war was over. Back in our apartment, the silence was a comfort, not a void. The air was still, clean, and free of the cloying weight of resentment and unspoken history. I unpacked my suitcase, putting away the sundresses and swimsuits that felt like they belonged to a different world. The digital fallout began the next day. I noticed it when I was scrolling through my phone, a mindless habit. Devon's profile picture was gone from my feed. I searched his name. Nothing. He had unfollowed and blocked me. Amara had done the same. It was so predictably childish, a digital door slam that felt more like a relief than a punishment. My mother remained silent. No calls, no texts. It was a heavy, deliberate silence, the kind that is louder than shouting. I knew it was the only weapon she had left, and I was fine with it. I had lived in the shadow of her conditional approval my whole life. Its complete withdrawal felt like a final, necessary amputation. 2 days after we got back, a text message lit up my phone. It was from my father. The message was short, just 5 words. "I am sorry, Rosalind." "You were right!" I stared at the screen, reading the words over and over. There was no justification, no excuse, just a simple, unvarnished admission. It wasn't a solution. It didn't erase 32 years of feeling invisible, but it was something. It was a crack of light in a door I thought was sealed shut forever. I didn't reply immediately. I wasn't sure what to say. For now, just knowing he'd sent it was enough. Leonel came into the room and wrapped his arms around me from behind, resting his chin on my shoulder as I looked out the window. "Was it worth it?" he asked softly. I thought about the question. I thought about my mother's stunned face, my brother's retreating back, my father's tears. The revenge hadn't magically healed the old wounds. The little girl who wanted her parents' approval was still in there somewhere, and she was still sad. But the anger, the hot, choking injustice that had fueled me for so long, was gone. In its place was a calm, quiet clarity. The scales finally felt balanced. It wasn't about being happy, I said, leaning back against him. It was about being heard. Later that week, I posted a photo from the trip. It was of Leonel and me, standing on the balcony of our suite at the Mirador Azure, the ocean a brilliant blue behind us. We were both smiling, genuinely happy. I wrote a simple caption. "Best vacation ever. Family is what you make of it. Karma doesn't always wear thunder and lightning. Sometimes it just books your hotel room."
The email subject line said, "Your monthly statement is ready. Same as always." I clicked it while my coffee was still blooming in the French press, and there it was. $312.18, due by the 12th. I stared at the number until the steam off my mug stopped. My name is Trinity Ward. I'm 33, the older daughter, the one who fills in blanks on forms and knows which number you press to reach a human. I work at the city permitting counter. I can tell you which submittal needs 2 copies and which needs 8 without looking. At home, I live alone in a 1-bedroom near the river, 10 minutes from my parents' place if the light at Pine cooperates. 6 years ago, spring of 2018, when my mom finally let her flip phone go, I put my parents' cell plan in my name. 2 lines, unlimited talk, a small data bucket they never finish. With taxes and fees, it runs about $90 a month. I set it on autopay from my debit card and told them not to worry about it. My quiet donation to family peace. It wasn't heroic, it was practical. My mother Helen is 61 and would rather hand-wash baseboards than listen to a phone menu. She smooths the tablecloth between her hands when she's nervous, like she can iron conflict out of the air. My dad, Sylvester, is 63 and lives for simple systems. Change the oil at 5,000 miles. Pay cash when you can. Keep receipts in a shoebox by month. He'll defer to my mother until something unfair crosses his line. Then he says one sentence and sits back down. My sister, Elizabeth, is 29. She has 2 kids in grade school and a social calendar that looks like a parade route. She treats its family as both a reason and a receipt. If there's a lending library of chargers and rides and favors, she assumes my shelf is open 24/7. She's not mean, she's fast. She buys and asks forgiveness later, if at all. I'm the opposite. I'll swallow 3 small annoyances to avoid one big blow-up. Lately, the small things have been stacking like plates in the sink. The phone plan is a perfect example of how our system evolved. Back when my parents went to upgrade, Mom lasted 8 minutes in the store before her shoulders went up to her ears. I told her to go home. I could do it online. I picked a postpaid plan with 2 basic smartphones, stuck their names on the lines as authorized users, and set a simple PIN they could remember. I made a little note in my budget spreadsheet. Parents' phones, $90, autopay 12th. I didn't charge them. They cover Sunday dinners and send me home with leftovers. It felt fair. I've kept it tidy ever since. If a carrier email came in, I read it. If a promo banner tried to seduce me into an upgrade, I ignored it. When Mom dropped her phone in the sink last year, I used the insurance I added on day 1 and waited through the hold music for her. When Dad forgot the voicemail passcode, I reset it and wrote it on the inside of his wallet in tiny letters. This is the lane I've been in since we were kids. Elizabeth left dishes to soak, I scrubbed. I don't mind being useful. I like being the person who knows where the passwords go and what time the post office closes on Saturdays. But usefulness has a way of expanding to fill every gap if you don't cap it. Over the past year, I'd started to notice how often my no problem came out of my mouth before I even looked at my calendar or my bank balance. It's not that I can't afford $90. It's that I didn't remember choosing it lately. I just kept doing it because it kept the peace. My parents are easy on the phones. They barely text. Mom sends me pictures of her plants with captions that are just the plant's name. Dad uses his phone as a flashlight and a weather radio. We never added tablets, watches, hotspots. None of that. The account was clean. 2 lines, 2 people, 1 autopay on the 12th. So when I saw $312, my first thought was I had clicked the wrong email. Maybe it was my power bill. But the logo was right, and the line below the total had the last 4 digits of the bank card I use for their plan. The bill date was the first Monday of May. The autopay date hadn't changed. Only the amount had. I stood in my kitchen in my work flats, the French press half plunged, and scrolled. I didn't get far before my phone buzzed with a reminder to leave for City Hall. I put it down, pulled my hair into a low ponytail, and told myself I'd deal with it at lunch. Then I grabbed my badge, locked my door, and tried not to think about what could turn $90 into $300 in 1 month. At my desk, while a contractor dug through his plans and someone argued with the parking clerk over a $25 ticket, I reopened the email. The carrier's hold music started playing in my head, just looking at the logo. I know every synth flourish by heart. I could already feel the scripted apologies and the "have I resolved your issue today?" survey before anyone resolved anything. I took a breath. I reminded myself it's just a bill and bills have reasons. I clicked the View Details button. Then a bill hit my inbox for $312. The detail page loaded like a grocery receipt that never ended. The top half looked normal, 2 phone lines with the usual taxes. Then there were 3 new rows stacked under a banner that said, "New devices added this cycle. Tablet line access X2, $20. Device installment, Tablet A, $14.58. Device installment, Tablet B, $14.58. Wearable line access, $10. Device installment, smartwatch, $16.67. Activation fees, $35. Worries, X3. Proration, 78. Whoa. The total in the corner blinked at me like I might argue it down with a stare. I checked the dates. The additions were stamped last Thursday at 7:18 p.m. The location line read, Riverton Mall Retail, Store. Yarborough 1843. Riverton is the mall off the interstate where Elizabeth's Gym is, the one with floor-to-ceiling windows and a smoothie place that charges $9 for blended spinach. I called my mom first. She picked up on the second ring. "Hi, honey. Are you coming Sunday? I'm thinking lemon chicken." "Sounds good. Quick question. Did you or Dad add anything to the phone plan?" "Tablets? A watch?" Silence. Then the sound of her moving around, like she'd put the phone on her shoulder to wipe a counter. "No, we didn't order anything." "Why?" The bill jumped. "It shows 2 tablets and a smartwatch added last week." "We don't have tablets," she said, absolutely certain in the way she is about what's in her pantry. "I hate those." "Your father barely knows how to open pictures." In the background, Dad said, "We barely text, because he hears half the call and answers the part he recognizes." "Okay," I said. "I figured. I'm just checking." "Should I call them?" Mom sounded tired already, like the hold music was going to bycatch her. "No, don't. I'll handle it." I hung up and texted Elizabeth. "Did you add devices to the parents' plan?" 3 dots, then they disappeared. I waited, watched a contractor unfold blueprints across my counter and argue with himself about a setback, and waited some more. When she didn't answer, I called. Straight to voicemail. I took my lunch at my desk, Tupperware of pasta, lukewarm, and opened my laptop to the account dashboard. The order history button had a little red dot next to it. I clicked through to View Documents. A PDF opened with a generic title, Retail Agreement, 05 Sakin. It had the store name, the timestamp, the employee ID, and 3 electronic signatures in a shaky, stylus squiggle. Underneath each signature was ID verified, state DL. Hell. The last 4 digits of the driver's license number are in my head, because last summer we rented a van for a cousin's wedding, and I filled in everyone's info to save time. The last 4 matched Elizabeth's. The address on the agreement was hers too, the apartment complex off Maple where you can see the softball field from the parking lot. My stomach did a slow drop, the way elevators do when they stop half an inch below the floor. I called her again. This time she picked up on the second ring, breathless. "Hey, sorry, I'm walking out of a class. What's up?" "Did you add 2 tablets and a watch to Mom and Dad's phone plan?" "Oh, yeah." She said it like I'd asked if she'd borrowed my strainer. "The kids can use the tablets for school, and I wanted to try the watch. It's all family." "It's all family," I repeated, more for myself than her. "You make more than me," she said, half joke, half not. "And Dad said we should keep things simple, 1 bill." That's not how the bill works, I said. I kept my voice level. The account is in my name. When something gets added, I pay first and figure it out later. You've always covered the phones, Trin. It's fine. I'll Venmo you some. Some. A word that doesn't mean anything in a bill that itemizes every fee down to the penny. Why did you put it on this account? It was easier, she said. I was already at the store. They said they needed someone on the account to approve, so they called Mom. She said you handle it, and they let me sign for the devices. It took 5 minutes. My jaw tightened. Mom didn't order anything. She just told a stranger on a script what she always says, that I handle it. The store did the rest. You should have called me, I said. I knew you'd say no, she said, cheerful the way she gets when she's nudging a boundary with a smile. It's fine, it's all family. I looked at the PDF again, the stylus loops of her initials under wearable agreement, the line that said, billing address, Elizabeth's apartment. My name at the top as account owner, her signature under the toys. I'm not paying for this, I said. She laughed then, quick, like I'd told a joke. Okay, calm down. I'll send you what I can. The kids need them for homework, so just, be cool about it. Send me what you can, turned into her hanging up because one of the kids ran ahead in the parking lot and she had to yell, hold hands. The call dropped without a goodbye. I sat there with my fork in the pasta and the PDF open, the pixels of her signature grinning at me with every curl. The notes were clear enough for me. 3 new lines, financed, activated at Riverton Mall at 7:18 p.m. On a Thursday. My name was on the account, but her signature was on the toys. I drove over after work instead of going home. The light at Pine cooperated for once. Mom had a pot of soup on and was cutting bread into 2 thick slices because she says people can always take less, but they can't take more if it's not there. Dad sat with the day's mail stacked by his elbow, sorting junk from bills. Show me your phones, I said, half joking so it wouldn't sound like an audit. Mom handed hers over right away, screen smudged, case clean because she wipes it with Windex like it's a window. Same basic smartphone I'd bought last year after the sink incident. Dad patted his pocket and pulled his out. No watch on either of their wrists. No tablet on the counter charging. Relief and irritation mixed into something flat behind my ribs. We didn't order anything, Mom said, like she'd been practicing it to tell me. Her hands pressed the edge of the tablecloth and smoothed it to a perfect line. I told that boy at the store that you handle it. I know, I said. That's how they made it happen. Dad said, we don't need tablet computers. He said computers like it was a separate species that migrates through Best Buy once a year. I put my phone on the table between the butter dish and the salt and pulled up the account page. 2 tablets, 1 watch, added Thursday night. Riverton Mall. It's right here. The front door opened then, and Elizabeth came in like she had a key to the air. I was nearby, she called, kicking off her sneakers by the mat. The kids weren't with her. She held up a grocery bag with a bunch of bananas and a box of cereal. For you, she told Mom, kissing her cheek. You always forget to buy the fancy kind Dad likes. Mom smiled like she was grateful for bananas and a buffer. Sit. There's soup. I can't stay, Elizabeth said, already sliding into a chair. She saw my phone on the table and the way Mom's hands were worrying the cloth. Oh my God, she groaned, reading the room. Are we doing this? We're eating, Mom said, too bright. She passed the bread. Have some bread. I tapped the screen. We are doing this. Did you really put 2 tablets and a watch on this plan? Elizabeth blew air out of her cheeks like a balloon. Trin, you're being dramatic. It's all family. The kids literally have assignments on the school app now. I picked up the cheapest ones. Cheapest ones with financing, I said, and activation fees, and line access fees. You make more than me, she said, softening it with a half smile like we were sharing a secret. You won't even feel it. Dad's fork paused over his bowl. That's not a reason, I said. You can't use my paycheck as consent. We've always shared. She gestured around like that proved it. The bread, the soup, the same old curtains. You put the phones in your name because it's simpler for everyone. This is the same thing. No, I said. I kept my voice level because raising it never helps. I put the phones in my name 6 years ago because Mom hates hold music and Dad likes one system. 2 lines. That's it. If you add it, you pay it. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. God, you love a slogan. Mom's knuckles went white on the tablecloth. Girls, she said, the plea baked in. It's not a slogan, I said. It's the rule I should have said out loud a long time ago. Elizabeth took a slice of bread she said she didn't have time for. I talked to the guy at the store. He said it was fine. They called Mom. She said you handle things, and he put it through. It took 5 minutes. That's because it was my account, I said. My name at the top, my card on file. You didn't get permission from the person paying. You got a 19-year-old on commission to push it through. She snorted. Okay, now you're insulting teenagers. Dad cleared his throat. He didn't look at either of us. We didn't ask for any of that. We don't want to learn new gadgets. Elizabeth flicked a glance at him like he'd betrayed her. It's not for you, Dad. It's for the kids. Then it doesn't belong on their plan, I said. Or mine. Trinity. Mom's voice had the stop sign in it. Please. I looked at her hands, at the clean line she'd pressed into cotton that didn't need pressing. She would keep smoothing until the cloth wore thin. She wanted me to be the one who lets it go because that's been my job for 3 decades. Absorb it, translate it, pay it. I put my hands flat on the table like I was swearing something. Here's what I'm doing, I said, as much to myself as to them. I'm not arguing about whether tablets are good for homework. I'm not arguing about my salary. If you add it, you pay it. Elizabeth's jaw ticked. So what? You're going to cut Mom and Dad off? Real nice. I'm going to make sure Mom and Dad have what they actually need, I said. 2 phones, same numbers, simplest plan, and I'm going to stop making it easy to put other things on me. She laughed, brittle. How? I picked up my phone. The carrier's number is muscle memory at this point. I walked to the kitchen so I wouldn't have to watch Mom shred her tablecloth with her fingers or see Elizabeth's face arrange itself into wounded. I put the phone on speaker and set it on the counter next to the fruit bowl. Thank you for calling, the recorded voice sang. Please say what you're calling about. Account changes, I said. In the dining room, forks scraped bowls. In my ear, the hold music started, the synth flutes I know too well. I stopped arguing and let it play. The robot voice asked for my passcode. I said it. The hold music did its little flute loop, then a human picked up. Thank you for calling, this is Sean Lawson. With whom do I have the pleasure? Trinity, I said. I'm the account owner. 2 lines, postpaid. There were 3 devices added last Thursday that I didn't authorize. Okay, he said, neutral, not syrupy. Let me pull up your account. Can I verify the PIN on file? I gave him the 4 digits. He read back my email and the last 4 of the card on autopay, which made my shoulders go tight. All right, he said. What are you seeing? 2 tablets and a smartwatch. Activation fees, line access, financing. Added at Riverton Mall, around 7:18 p.m. I have the retail agreement pulled up with the ID number of the person who signed. It's not me. Got it, he said. I could hear keys clicking. I'm in your account. I do see 3 new lines added on the date you mentioned. Let me open the order notes. A pause. Riverton Mall, store 1843. Yes, It looks like the sales rep called an authorized contact for approval, and then completed the order with a signer named Elizabeth. ID ending in... He read the same 4 numbers I had on my screen. And the mailing address on the installment agreements is Maple Drive, apartment. That's my sister, I said. She does not pay this bill. Understood, he said, still neutral.
I want to be very clear about your options so you can decide what works best. We can open a dispute on the additions, but because someone on the account gave approval and a signer presented ID in person, that's not going to be treated as fraud. It'll likely result in the line staying and the charges standing unless the devices are returned within the return window. I looked at the doorway to the dining room. Mom's laugh rose, brittle. Elizabeth said something I couldn't hear. Dad's chair creaked. Okay, I said. What else? Here's the real choice, Sean said. Do you want those lines in your name or theirs? Silence on my end, except for the hum of the fridge. He went on, patient, like he'd had this conversation before. We can separate your parents' numbers from this postpaid account and move them to a prepaid plan in their names. That would put their service under their control with a PIN only they know. The 3 new lines would remain on the existing postpaid account with the signer attached to the device agreements. You can remove your card and auto-pay from that account so you're not paying for those lines. If I move my parents, do their numbers change? I asked. No, he said. We can port them internally. For prepaid, they'll need new SIMs, which a store can do. You'll want both of them present with IDs to set up the prepaid account. It's straightforward. What about the address? I said. Where does a paper bill go if there's no autopay? I'm looking at the order profile, he said. The equipment installment agreements were created with the Maple Drive address. The account-level mailing address can be updated, but when autopay fails, the system generates a paper statement to the address on file for the most recent order, unless you specify otherwise. He paused. Right now, that would be Maple Drive. I could feel my jaw unclench half a click. And the financing? It's tied to the signer? Yes, he said. The retail installment contracts list the buyer as Elizabeth at that address. The line access charges live on the account, but if the account is unpaid, collections contact starts with the signer on the agreements and the listed address. I exhaled. What about stopping more additions? I can put a no add a line without account owner present note and require your verbal authorization with the full passcode for any changes, he said. It's not a legal barricade, but it signals to stores and to us. You can also remove all authorized contacts except the 2-line users if you want. Do that, I said. Leave my parents as contacts, no one else. Done, he said, typing. Here's the step-by-step I recommend. 1. Today, I remove your card from autopay on the postpaid account and disable autopay entirely. 2. We flag the account for no additional lines without you. 3. You take your parents to a company store, ask for a change of responsibility of their 2 numbers to a prepaid account in their names. They'll set a 4-digit prepaid PIN. 4. Once those numbers port, this postpaid account remains with the 3 device lines and the existing installment agreements. In the meantime, I said, those 3 lines are on and billing. Yes, he said. Return window is 14 days from purchase if the devices are in like-new condition with packaging. After that, they can still cancel lines, but the remaining device balances would be due. If Elizabeth wants those in her own name, she can do an assumption of liability for those lines to a new account in her name. She would need to call in or go to a store to accept responsibility. The doorway creaked. Elizabeth had moved to the kitchen without me hearing her. She leaned on the frame, arms crossed, listening. I didn't look at her. Can you email me copies of the order notes and the signatures? I asked. I can send a summary with the store number, timestamp, and the signer's name, he said. The full documents should be visible in your online portal under Documents. They are, I said. I'll print them. Okay, he said. Do you want me to remove your card now? My hand was steady on the counter.
I glanced at my parents through the doorway. Mom's hands had finally let go of the tablecloth. Dad was looking at his soup like it was a lake he'd seen before. Elizabeth's jaw worked like she was chewing on air. "Sean," I said, "move my parents, leave the rest." I took my lunch early the next day and drove straight to my parents' house. They were both home. Mom had already put her purse by the door like she was going to a doctor's appointment. Dad had his wallet in his shirt pocket. No one mentioned dinner. The carrier store by the grocery is small and always too bright. A young guy in a polo with a name tag that said Marcus waved us in. "What can I help with?" "I need to move 2 numbers off a postpaid account and onto prepaid," I said. "Same carrier, new account in their names. We want to set a PIN only they know." Marcus glanced at my parents, then at me. "No problem. We'll need both of your IDs," he told them. "And we'll port the numbers to prepaid. It takes about 30 to 45 minutes. New SIMs." Mom looked at the chairs like they might bite, then sat. Dad handed over his driver's license like a customs officer was asking. He hates handing it to anyone, but he did it. Marcus typed, asked for the numbers we were moving, and pulled up the account. "Okay, I see you have an account with 3 additional lines," he said carefully, eyes flicking just once. "We're just moving these 2 phone numbers. The other lines will stay where they are." "That's the plan," I said. While the system churned, he explained prepaid options in the tone of someone used to repeating himself. We picked the simple one. Unlimited talk and text, a modest data cap they'd never touch. With 2 lines and autopay, it comes to $60 a month, taxes included, he said. "We can set autopay today or you can add funds monthly. Either way, the account will have a 4-digit PIN. We recommend not sharing it." "Fine," Mom said. She smoothed her skirt like it was a tablecloth in a different scene. Marcus slid a keypad over to her. "Go ahead and set your PIN." I stepped back so I couldn't see. Dad craned his neck like he wanted to watch. Mom covered the screen with her hand and typed. Marcus had Dad set the same PIN so either could call in. Then he printed a tiny card that said, "Prepaid account PIN," with a blank line for them to write it down if they wanted. Dad took a pencil from behind his ear. Where did that come from? And wrote it in tiny numbers on the inside of his wallet flap, the same place I wrote his voicemail code last year. Marcus swapped their SIMs, moved the lines, and had them make test calls. Mom called me even though I was standing 3 feet away. "Hello?" she said into the phone, delighted when my shirt pocket chirped. "Same numbers," Marcus said. "You're good to go." He slid a signed receipt across the counter, both of their names as account holders, their address, and a line that said, "Account PIN set by customer." "I also need to remove my card from the old postpaid account," I said. "Autopay already got turned off," he said after checking. "Looks like someone from customer care did that last night." Sean, in my ear again with his calm keyboard. "But we can make sure there's no payment method attached." He clicked. "All set." "Can I get a printout that shows when those extra lines were added? Store number, date, who signed?" I asked. "You should have that in your online portal," he said. "But I can print the order summary from our system." He did. 2 pages with Riverton Mall, store 1843, the timestamp, and signer Elizabeth with her ID number masked except the last 4. I slid those into my folder like they were a warranty. We were in and out in just under an hour. On the way back, Mom looked at her phone in her lap like it might jump. "Do we have to learn new things?" she asked. "No," I said. "Same phones, same numbers, new bill. If you need to call, use your PIN." Dad patted his wallet. "Got it." I dropped them at home and went back to City Hall with 10 minutes to spare. I scanned the printed summaries into my work email and then printed fresh copies on the good paper from the permit printer. I tucked those behind the order confirmation for their new prepaid account. The folder had a weight to it that felt like ballast. I logged onto the old postpaid account one more time. It still had my name at the top,
but the only active lines left were the 2 tablets and the watch. No payment method on file. Autopay disabled. Billing address showed Maple Drive, the same one on Elizabeth's agreement. I took a screenshot of that screen and printed it too, stapled neatly. Walking out of the print room, I felt light and a little sick, like after you finally hit send on a complaint you edited for 3 days. At my desk, a contractor needed a stamp. Someone wanted to argue a setback. Life hummed along like it always does. I slid the folder into my bag. On my way to my car that evening, my phone buzzed. A text from Elizabeth. A photo of her wrist with the new watch face frozen mid-spin. LOL, can you call support? It's not syncing? I looked at the picture until the screen dimmed. Then I locked my phone and put it face down on the passenger seat. I drove home along the river with the windows cracked. The phones in my bag, my parents' phones on their terms now, didn't make a sound. 2.5 weeks went by without drama, which in our family is its own kind of drama. Mom texted me a photo of her fern with the caption, "Boston Fern," like it was a postcard. Dad called the prepaid line once to ask about his voicemail, and when a recording prompted him for his PIN, I heard him say, almost proud, "I know it." The old postpaid account sat there like a shed I didn't go into. 3 lines, 2 tablets, and a watch. No payment method on file. The cycle closed on a Tuesday. I knew because the email hit my inbox out of habit, even though my card wasn't attached anymore. I didn't click it. The point wasn't to keep reading bad news. It was to make sure the bad news went to the person who created it. On Friday, my phone lit up with our family group chat. Elizabeth. Who messed with the account? I didn't answer. Mom sent a neutral thumbs up like she didn't know what to do with the shape of the question. Elizabeth again, a screenshot this time. A paper bill spread on her kitchen counter next to a cereal bowl. Total due, $221.94. Due date, the 12th. A line down the middle with the kind of charges I know by heart. Line access, tablet $20 to, line access, wearable $10, device installments $45.83, surcharges and taxes $7.11, late payment fee $7, previous balance $131. My name at the top as account owner, her address as billing. This showed up in my mailbox, she typed. Why is my address on it? Mom forwarded the screenshot to me in a separate text with one word. Honey. I could picture her hand smoothing the tablecloth with her phone on it, as if she could press down the noise through the glass. I typed and erased. Then I kept it simple. We'll talk Sunday, I wrote back. She sent a heart, then, okay, and a lemon emoji, because the recipe math in her head never stops, even when everything else is messy. In the group chat, Elizabeth's questions spiraled out into accusations. Did you change the plan? Why am I getting slapped with late fees? She used 3 exclamation points and a frowning face. Mom, did you do something when they called? Then, to me, Trinity, hello? Dad finally chimed in with a single line. Let's discuss in person. He doesn't like text fights. He likes eye contact and a table between you. I put my phone face down and pulled the folder out of my bag. I had the order summary from the Riverton store, the notes from Sean, the screenshot of the old account with only the 3 lines on it, and the Maple Drive address. I went back into the online portal and found the device agreements themselves, the PDFs with the typed block, retail installment contract, buyer, Elizabeth, last name omitted in the portal. Address, Maple Drive, terms, 24 months, her stylus squiggle signature under each. I printed them on the good paper and slid them behind the other copies. I highlighted her name and the address, because if you're going to be the adult, you bring highlighters. At work, the plumbing inspector stopped by my counter and said something about backflow preventers. I nodded, stamped a permit, and told a guy who wanted to convert a garage that he still needed to meet the setback, even if it was for his mother-in-law. In between, I looked at the paper bill in the screenshot again. The late fee was $7. $7 is nothing and also not nothing. It's the cost of letting something slide one more day. Elizabeth texted me privately mid-afternoon. "Why didn't you tell me you took your card off? Now there are fees." Then, when I didn't respond, "I literally can't deal with this right now. The watch still isn't syncing." I typed, "We'll talk Sunday." Again, and left it at that. Saturday went by in errands. I bought coffee, vacuumed, watched a woman at the hardware store debate between two shades of white until she sighed and picked the one with fewer blue notes. My phone stayed quiet. Mom didn't call to pregame the conversation, which told me Dad had said something like, "Let it be. She's got a plan." I checked the old account one more time, just to make sure nothing had shifted under me. Nothing had. 3 lines, active. No payment method. Maple Drive as the billing address. I printed that page again with the date stamped at the bottom and tucked it into the folder. The tabs I'd stuck on the side, store, account, agreements, made a little rainbow. It felt overprepared and exactly right. Sunday morning, Mom texted, 1 o'clock? I sent back, "On my way after I make a copy." I ran the device agreement through the copier at the corner shipping store so I could hand Elizabeth one if she asked. I paid cash, folded the copies into the folder, and drove to my parents' house with the windows cracked. The day was fine and flat, like a lake before you throw a stone. When I parked, the group chat pinged again. "Elizabeth, I'm bringing the bill." A photo of the envelope tucked under her arm. Her wrist with the watch in the frame, still frozen on a half-spun animation. She added, "Someone better fix this." I locked my car, tucked the folder under my arm like a textbook, and went in. If there was going to be fixing, it was going to be the kind you do with receipts. Mom had the lemon chicken in the oven, and the table set like a catalog. She'd put a sprig of parsley on each plate, which meant she was trying. Dad poured iced tea into the sweating glasses and lined them up. I slid my folder next to my fork. Elizabeth came in without knocking, bill in her hand like a cop with a citation. "You set me up," she said before hello. She dropped the envelope on the table so the amount faced up. $221? And a late fee? Seriously? Mom flinched like the paper had made a sound. "Sit," she said. "Eat first." "We're talking first," Elizabeth said, still standing. "Why is my address on this? Why is your name on it if you're not paying it? What did you do?" "I moved Mom and Dad's numbers off that account," I said. I kept my tone even. "They're on prepaid now in their names." 2 lines, $60 total. That's what I'm paying. Everything else stayed where it was added. She stared at me, mouth open, then shut, then open. "You did this without telling me. You added 3 devices without asking me," I said. I opened the folder and slid a stack across. Order summary from Riverton, the timestamp, signer Elizabeth, the Maple address highlighted, then the screenshot of the old account showing 3 lines left, billing to Maple Drive. On top, the retail agreements with her signature and her address. I had highlighted those too. She didn't touch them at first. She waited for Mom to scold me. Mom smoothed the tablecloth instead. Dad picked up the top sheet and tilted his head to read it without putting on his glasses. He set it down and cleared his throat. Elizabeth sat, finally, and pulled the papers in. Her nails clicked against the highlighter. "You really printed all this." "I like having things in writing," I said. "It lowers the arguing." She skimmed. When she hit her stylus squiggle, her jaw tightened. "They called Mom," she said like it might absolve her. "They called Mom and she said, 'Trinity handles it,'" I said. "That isn't consent to put 3 finance devices on my card." "You took your card off so I'd get a bill." "I took my card off because I don't pay for things I didn't choose," I said. "The billing address came from your order. When there's no autopay, the system mails it there." Sean explained it. Sean? She said, like I'd said the name of a boyfriend. The rep, I said. He walked me through moving Mom and Dad and flagging the account so no one can add lines without me. He also said the financing is tied to the signer. That's you. Elizabeth's face went red in patches. You could have just asked me for money. I did, I said. You said, I'll send you some. Some isn't a plan. The oven timer went off. Mom jumped like she'd been saved by a bell. She took the chicken out and busied herself with a pot holder that didn't need adjusting. I tapped the folder. Here's where we are. I'm paying $60 a month for Mom and Dad. That's my yes. Everything else is no. If you want those devices, you can move them to your own account. If you don't, you can return what they'll take back or sell them and pay down the balance. But I'm not paying this bill. Dad finally looked up. Seems fair, he said, and took a sip of tea. Elizabeth blinked at him like he'd switched teams mid-game. Dad. He shrugged, a small one. We didn't ask for those. We don't need them. I don't like it when things get put on somebody without asking. She went quiet, the way she does when she's choosing between doubling down and shifting gears. She pulled out her phone, looked at the paper bill, found the QR code, and scanned. The payment page loaded. She typed in the account number, my last name, and amount. She hesitated with her thumb over the dollar field, then put in the full balance. Her banking app popped up to confirm. She rolled her lips between her teeth, then hit pay. We sat there and watched the little wheel spin. She got a green check mark and an email receipt she forwarded to herself. She didn't look at me. There, she said. Paid. Her cheeks were flushed. Happy? I'm not looking for happy, I said. I'm looking for clean. She snorted. God, you sound like City Hall. Elizabeth, Mom said, very soft. She set the chicken down and put a hand on Elizabeth's shoulder. No more surprises. Elizabeth moved her shoulder out from under Mom's hand gently. This was for the kids, she said, but without the fight in it now. Then put it in your name, I said. There's a process for that. It's called assumption of liability. You call, accept responsibility for those 3 lines, and set up your own account. Or cancel and pay off the balances. If you want to try returning something, you can go to the store. It's past the return window, but you can ask. Either way, it's yours to handle. She shuffled the papers again, slower. You really did this, she said finally, like she was meeting a new version of me she couldn't outwait. I did, I said. I should have sooner. We ate, because that's what our family does when there's nothing left to say that won't set something on fire. The chicken was good. Dad talked about a neighbor's roof. Mom told a story about the fern making spores and got halfway through before realizing ferns don't make seeds. Elizabeth kept checking her watch, and then caught herself and put her wrist in her lap. When we were done, she stacked her copies of the papers and slid them into the empty bill envelope. She tucked it under her arm like a folder. I'll figure it out, she said, not looking at me. I know, I said. She picked up her purse, kissed Mom's cheek, nodded at Dad, and walked out. The front door closed with the small whoomp it always makes. We sat in the quiet that followed. Mom exhaled. I don't like this, she said to the table. I know, I said, but it's cleaner now. Dad patted the top of the papers I hadn't given away. Keep copies, he said. People forget. I won't, I said. I put the folder back in my bag next to my keys and took a breath that felt like air after a storm. On Monday, Elizabeth texted me a photo of a white box on a counter and a receipt with the store logo. Returned one, she wrote. Manager said it's past 14 days, did a one-time with a restocking fee, whatever. There was a scrawl of a signature at the bottom that wasn't hers. The line item said, return accepted, less $50 fee. I opened the old account at my desk. One tablet line already showed as pending disconnect, the installment reversed. The other tablet and the watch were still there, billing like quiet metronomes. An hour later, she sent a screenshot of a listing. Tablet, brand new, still has plastic, posted on a local marketplace. If it sells, I'll pay the balance, she added, like she wanted it on the record. Good plan, I wrote back. I didn't offer to boost the listing or troubleshoot her photos. The watch face in her picture on Sunday had been frozen. Now she posted a 5-second clip in the group chat of it finally syncing, 3 animated dots turning into a heart. Got it working, she wrote to no one in particular. Had to pair it with my own account. Duh. No, can you call support? Just the result. That afternoon she called. What's that transfer thing you said? The watch needs to be in my name to do certain features. They said the word, but I wasn't listening. Assumption of liability, I said. I can start it on my end for the watch line. You'll need to accept it on yours. They'll run your credit, set a new account, and move that line to you. She made a face I could hear. Fine. Just text me when to pick up. I called customer care. I didn't get Sean, but I got someone who knew the process. I want to transfer responsibility for one wearable line ending in 39, I said, to Elizabeth. We verified me to an inch. On the other side, they texted her a link. She tapped, set up her own account, and a half-hour later, the watch disappeared from my old dashboard and reappeared in a void I didn't have access to. She sent a shrug emoji and then, monthly is less than I thought, whatever. By Wednesday, her listing had an interested comment and then PM sent. Thursday morning, I got a photo from her. A folded $100 bill next to the tablet box and a screenshot of her carrier app showing a one-time device payment. Guy met me at the police station parking lot, LOL, paid off most of it. I'll make the rest next paycheck. Cancel line after, right? Right, I wrote. You can cancel once the balance is 0. She didn't ask me to make the call. She sent me a thumbs up and then a sandwich photo like we were back to normal chat. The group thread shifted in tone. Fewer all caps. More practical questions. Mom asking if lemon chicken could be frozen after cooking. Yes. Dad sending a picture of a bird nest under the eaves. When Mom sent a question about data, what does the little bar mean when it's almost full? I told her it was the allotment and that she was fine. If it turns red, call me or the number on your new card. I said, use your PIN. She sent back the word PIN and a check mark. 2 days later, she texted, called, told them the PIN. They were very nice. A little victory parade in 3 sentences. Dad mentioned his PIN to me in person the next Sunday, unprompted. He opened his wallet and showed me the tiny numbers where the voicemail code lives. Right here, he said, satisfied. I called and said it before they even asked. The $60 for their prepaid plan hit my account on the date I picked. I put a recurring reminder in my calendar and labeled it Parents' Phones. My yes. It showed up once a month like any other bill I'd choose. Rent, utilities, coffee. My card was off everything else. Clean. I didn't hear from the old postpaid account except for one automated email about important updates, which I deleted. I logged in once more. 1 tablet line left. Status active. Billing to Maple Drive. It was Elizabeth's to finish. I let it sit there like a fence post marking the boundary. This side mine, that side hers. The next Sunday dinner was quieter, but not tense. Elizabeth came with the kids this time. They asked if they could take pictures of the cat on the school tablet, and she said, nope, not until after I sell it. And they didn't argue. She set her watch on the table to charge and didn't ask me to fix anything. We ate. Mom didn't hover over the tablecloth. Dad told a story about a neighbor's lawnmower. Ordinary. On the way out, Elizabeth lingered by the door. So, she said, not meeting my eye, I moved the watch. I'm paying on the tablet. The other one's gone. I'll get the line closed by next month. Okay, I said. I didn't add advice. She didn't ask. She nodded. You were right to do it this way. It came out grudging and real. I'm annoyed, but, I know, I said. Me too. Outside, the kids argued about whose turn it was to push the elevator button, even though it's a house and there is no elevator. Elizabeth laughed and herded them toward the car. The phones are quiet now. Mom sends plant photos with actual captions. Dad keeps his pin in his wallet and uses it. My folder lives on a shelf with other dealt with things: car title, lease, tax receipts. There was no big speech, no scorched earth. Just a change to how the bills flow and who answers when a store calls. At my desk Monday, a contractor tried to sneak a second kitchen into a basement, and I told him the code section by heart. He grinned and redrew the plan. The hold music didn't play in my head. My phone buzzed once, Mom asking if data rollover is real or a myth. And I told her the truth in one line. She sent a heart and a fern. Ordinary justice is boring on paper. No gavel, no showdown. Just fees landing where they belong, returns made, lines moved, and me paying for exactly what I agreed to. It's not dramatic. It holds. That's the whole point.